Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard.
Happy Sunday, everybody, and welcome back to Division 1 Esports. We are going to be covering the League of Legends side of things today, kicking things off in some Week 3 action. I am Jobin, joined today by Alk Battery, and we've got some great squads. We've had a couple weeks to gather some info, and now we get to see 4 more teams square off on the Rift today.
I'm just excited. We're getting into week 3. We're really in the meat of the regular season now, and I think we are starting to see that division between our top level teams and some of the lower end programs here tonight.
Yeah, and that's going to be the interesting thing. Obviously, fearless draft going forward, so the more weeks go by, then you start to see some of the pocket picks and some of the other crazier sort of ideas make their way out of the woodwork and into the sort of collegiate meta that kind of gets established, a month or two into the season when people getting a little bit more comfortable and things like that. And for the first game of the day, though, it is going to be Utah University, the Utes, taking on St. Clair College over there from Windsor, Ontario, Canada. Two very, very storied esports teams and with a lot to show for today.
I was doing some background and I love some of the mascots we have here tonight for University of Utah. They have their hawk swoop, but then I went over and OSU, or not OSU, Winthrop later tonight, their mascot is called Big Stuff. I guess the best name we could possibly give to a mascot, pending more information. Maybe there's another mascot that I'm missing here tonight for one of the programs.
We might need to get the Big Stuff interview if Winthrop ends up either winning tonight or later down the line, or get somebody to put on the costume, possibly show up in some cosplay and let it rip that way. But we do have 4 fantastic teams on the docket for today. As I did say, it's going to be Utah, St. Clair up first, though. Battle of North America, Canada versus the U.S. St. Clair, obviously, they just had a gutter of a series against Maryville. They had so many chances to win and unfortunately let the series slip through their fingers. So this is a team with revenge in their eyes this week.
Look, St. Clair, for as long as we have known this iteration of the lineup, has always been a team that really wants to try to snowball early advantages, really take advantage of the fact that they have some explosive lanes, but mid-game has been an issue. I think sometimes this team gets a little bit ahead of itself. We saw that Lig and Miracle really slam the 2v2 against Scary Jerry in both of the games, but come mid-game, this team could not stop fighting. It felt like they were tripping over themselves to try to hammer home an objective win, and from there on out, we got to see not only Maryville, but maybe, I really wish we would have been able to see the West Virginia games, because they slammed in that one as well.
Yeah, and I think just for the case for St. Clair, and this comes sometimes when you're trying to punch up a weight class, so to speak, at a team like Maryville, is when you do finally have this early game that maybe you play Maryville 10 times and you win the early game only 2 or 3. One of those times you might feel like, okay, we really have to start to force this advantage because we've been in this movie before where they eventually come back, they outscale, they set up that big team fight. So I can see them, kind of overreaching there, but ultimately they do have to try to stay composed and see if they can stay locked in and, try to ride out that mid game and at least try to have a more solid game all the way through instead of, getting overexcited and letting things slip away.
That's why I need to see Utah play well, man. I need to see them do something because these last couple weeks have been tough. You're going against OSU, then you're potentially moving down. Like, I feel bad for Utah, but the case in point here is that their early schedule has not been very, very good. It has been very tough for a program that has a lot of new players coming onto the Rift.
Yeah, you talk about an early tough schedule. I mean, they had to go up against Winthrop and then obviously Ohio State as well. And Winthrop, one of the perennial CLOL contending teams. We've seen the roster so many times, even different iterations, sending people to pro play, doing well in NACL. And for Utah, just trying to build up these advantages. We did see a few, I don't want to say necessarily crazy picks, but just them trying to figure out what comps that they like to play and how they can try to surmount some of these teams that might be seen as better than them right now.
For University of Utah, I think the Utes did really well around playing around Rays. Rays had not a lot to work with. I was on the broadcast for that day, and I said that the drafts really didn't give them a ton of avenues or agency to be able to play. Rays seemed like he was able to really stand out in some of those games. Wiseword as well as kind of a secondary carry in my mind. But the way that we saw them play, I think that for the Utes, they're going to be looking towards their solo lanes. Narwhal and Horizon have not only a more unique style of playing, but are really indexing on more unique counter picks and unique champions that we're not used to seeing in today's traditional meta. So how Ricky and Flocon, 2 players that I know themselves have some very spicy champions, how they're going to be able to react to that, and whether or not the Saints are going to be able to answer.
Yeah, I think even though it might be a little bit degenerate, that top lane is going to be absolute fireworks. I had the privilege of getting to go to for a couple years, get to see Ricky. And like you said, he likes to play so many different picks, whether it's the Scion, the Olaf. We've seen him play the Mundo back in the day at St. Clair a few times as well. He's got, a somewhat deep champion pool, and he's willing to pick these sort of out-of-pocket picks. And obviously we can see as well, the jungle matchup is going to be an interesting one. St. Clair, they kind of, did run that two jungler setup for a while with Maddie and Alonso, but they are going to decide that Alonso is going to be the one slotted in, at least for now.
This is part of the interesting thing about Div 1 and where we are positioned right now. These are two junglers here for our head-to-head, and kind of similar to Winthrop, who we'll see later here tonight. Alonso starting here is going to be I think for St. Clair, figuring out who is going to be in the starting position coming into 2026. St. Clair made an announcement coming into this year that Maddie was going to be stepping into the coaching role, kind of transitioning away from being a player, having a bigger part of the team from a staff perspective. Now we have Alonso and FaZe starting here. Wonder whether or not that is going to continue to be the case as the season goes forward.
And I think at least early in the year is probably the best time to try out some of these different lineups because, not that you ever want to throw away a week or, have a week where you maybe didn't play up to that standard, but you can at least afford to maybe start, 1-1, 1-2, because if you get the kinks ironed out and you really find the lineup and the matchups and the meta that you like, then you at least have the rest of the season to kind of build on it. But it will be interesting, right? Maybe if Alonso plays good one game, maybe doesn't play good the next game, it could create a little bit of pressure on each other of, man, if I don't really step up in this series, I might be getting subbed out, especially if they're looking to play a Maokai or a Lilia, something that, Maddie's been traditionally known for.
Okay, Utah is on blue side. I think we've seen that for a large portion of the season, and this year blue side has been the preferred side. So kind of want to see whether or not St. Clair can abuse having counterpick in some of these lanes. We're already seeing the Yorick and the Urgot getting banned. Say that, this is now St. Clair on blue side. So, okay. I have been of the proponent that if you are one of the teams that is on the outside of the top four, I think you should be looking towards getting red side. I think getting counterpick for some of the players that maybe are a little bit newer to competitive and maybe have smaller champion pools is going to be really important if you can use it properly.
And I think you made a really good point earlier about the solo laners kind of being the stars of the show. And, while, getting your lane completely blown up it can definitely hurt the team. It's just being able to, find different comps that you like, have that champion pool that you're at least comfortable on, and getting that counter pick can at least make the first 10 to 15 minutes a little more pilotable. And then you can help to transition that into the mid, into the late game to get around the team. And we are going to have a couple of ADCs getting dropped in first. Zeri for SCC. And then the Utes are going to be scooping up the Lucian to answer.
Is this going to be Lucian Braum? I feel like that's been the more defensive option and gives them a little bit more playmaking. That is going to be the case, but it means that Koa Lucian needs to have the ability to land these Winter's Bites. If that doesn't happen, I think you get rid of a large portion of what is the actual burst combo of these two in lane. And for St. Clair, it means that you can just immediately opt into Enchanters. We see that now reflected with the Ivern, but then you can also pick things like the Lulu, or even you can go for Leona in this matchup. While it isn't good in the lane, having a Leona plus an Ivern, and you already have this Zeri, this 2v2 can be very, very dangerous, even with the, I think, expected strength of a Lucian Braum.
And you hit the nail on the head. They're going to go for the double enchanter. Basically, give this Zeri as much firepower, give her as much shielding, hopefully keep a lot of the enemy team off of her. You have the wild growth that you can use her to at least keep her alive for that last little bit of the fight. So a lot of shields, a lot of healing for St. Clair so far. And we are going to see the Vladimir actually getting picked up as the answer as well now.
Okay, so Vladimir is interesting. I like the Orianna ban. I think they do need to consider either a Rise or some kind of melee mid, because if there's a Yone coming in on 4-5 here for St. Clair, you have an Ivern behind it. You want really big melee carries so that Ivern becomes super unstoppable, and Lulu can switch targets. Lulu isn't only going to be shield kittening for a Zeri in this instance. It's mostly going to be for those big team fights, but I think if they're in a position, if Ricky is there, you are looking at a potential 2 or 3 threat composition coming on through for St. Clair. And I like the lane for bottom lane, but I'm still worried about Horizon's Vladimir. He's shown it now a couple times here in Division 1, and I don't know if I'm the biggest fan.
And I think it's a champ that kind of requires a lot of things to go right to pilot it. There's a lot of times where the Vladimir might feel okay, it might look okay, but you're just not really having the same impact on some of these team fights with, some of these ultimates that can set 4 or 5-man knockups, like if we do see the Yone come in for St. Clair. But when you have a Wukong in the jungle to kind of help you out with Raze piloting that thing, you have some engaged, you've got some team fighting now, and you at least have some way to scale that damage throughout the game.
You're going to have good crowd control, but I don't think Wukong really gets to play the game a lot of the time. You have Ivern disruption. You're also going to have the Lulu. Honestly, I think Utah could think about taking Cho'Gath as kind of a situational answer into the Ivern, as well as, depending on what Ricky's going to play, into Jax. I don't think it's that bad of a matchup. You kind of have to change what your priorities are in the lane, but for Narwhal, we've been seeing a large focus on the carries, things like the Olaf in particular from him. So what is going to be the R5 here? We're getting Gragas, fine for the lane. I don't think Utah have enough damage. I don't think they're ever going to be able to really punch through these 2 enchanters that St. Clair have, and side lane doesn't get much easier for them either.
And I think it's going to be really hard for this Lucian to actually get in range and really start rattling off these auto attacks. As you said, when you've got the Lulu, the Ivor, the threat of a Yone and a Jax that can jump on your head at the snap of a finger, it's going to be very hard to kind of manage these team fights. And if you ever overstep in any of these fights, you could very well be getting gray screened in a matter of moments.
Well, we're here for game number 1. Utah, the Utes going on for it versus the St. Clair Saints. Seeing an early invade, it makes sense. You have level 1 Ivern, want to try to get vision on enemy jungle, as well as maybe utilize some of the early strength with a Jax next to you. And going to be interesting to see what the solo lanes do here in this game. Came into this series talking about how important Horizon and Narwhal are going to be for Utah's success.
Yeah, I think it is good that Narwhal just picks the Gragas, picks something safe into the Jax. Like you said, it can at least get you through the laning phase. The Casket is obviously really good for setting up team fights. If you can somehow catch the Zeri out, could be very good. But obviously, it's going to be very, very hard to try to shut down the SCC carries, the Zeri especially. I mean, Jax, Yone, Lulu, Ivern in front of me. Daisy, the 6th man of the year, also in the fold as well. So they just got to find a way, like you said, to cut through that front line or somehow get a play on the back line with some insane flank angle.
Just looking at these lane matchups, like the Gragas early can do something, but Jax later in the game is going to be really difficult to deal with. Vladimir, early lane. I think into Yone can actually be pretty interesting, the way that you can opt for certain trades, especially with double phase rush here from Utah. But when I look at this team, and especially from what we have seen from them throughout the season so far, only 2 series, but 0-2, 0-4 in game score. I think the running Utes are going to have to find something. I kind of am looking towards Raze to be that early game driver to get this game to go, because if we're going to play standard or if we're going to play a slow early game, I think the St. Clair Saints are going to be in a hugely advantaged position.
I think this is a good litmus test for Utah as well. Pressure can either make diamonds or it can burst pipes, and this is one of those games where you understand, hey, we really can't afford to keep losing series, because eventually, even if you keep saying, hey, it's a tough schedule, we're playing a lot of really good teams, there's a lot of really good teams in Division 1. There's not really many matchups that you're walking in going, this will be a cakewalk, this will be free, so there's only so many of those that can stack up before, can start to change the way you think or play the game.
Look, Utah, West Virginia, and Boise are, in my mind, and if you looked at the standings, currently the teams that we're looking at the bottom, and they'll kind of have a fight out to see who's going to be 6th, 7th, 8th. I think really important for them to be able to find wins where they can, because playoffs is top 6. So finding those wins against similarly standing teams is going to be really important. Junglers now starting on the same side of the map. Seeing some 2v2 action.
Yeah, FaZe getting chunked down very, very low. The Ignite might go through. We'll see if Kawhi is able to make any sort of push with the Q possibly. He's going to fire off one more back at FaZe, but Lig is putting in a ton of damage onto the Lucian and Y-Sword. See if he can get a few more chunks with the Q there. Kawhi is going to have to burn the flash, the W, and the flash Q to follow. And St. Clair getting aggressive and stacking up first blood.
This is that 2v2 that we were talking about, though. Like, Lucian versus Lucian and Braum can be explosive, but you need to get the Winter's Bite, you need to get the stun, and then you need to pull out, because Lucian is kind of a combo killer in that sense. Zeri Lulu have a lot of early power that they can play around with, especially with his burst fire. You're seeing that Lig level 3 now, pushing Raze off of the Grom. Alonso's already finished all 6 of his camps. Also will have access to double scuttle if he wants it, but is going to even take a Gromp here. So Alonso in a very strong spot early, thanks to his bottom lane's priority in winning the 2v2.
Yeah, and then even Flocon took a little walk over into the jungle just to make sure that the Vladimir wasn't going to go for a flank or chunk Alonso down. So St. Clair, knowing exactly what they want to do in the early game, moving as a unit. And again, I love just them really using that early game aggression too. I mean, if you get this area ahead, it's just going to be that much harder for Lucian to play the game.
Alonso just gets to walk through mid, give him an extra trigger seed shield, help him clear out this mid wave. Doesn't stop Raze, however, will mean that Alonso probably likely not going to be hitting double scuttle here in this game. I think would be way too abusive. And if you're wondering, you see an Ivern on your screen, you're like, damn. I hold that. Flocon ends up surviving, but for Ivern, very important for him to be able to hit his breakpoints. He has a lot of cheaper items thanks to him being a support.
I think we had a technical issue there, possibly. I didn't know if that was on my end. I was waiting to see if the team fight
That was also me.
It wasn't? Okay, I just wanted to make sure that everything was all good there. But as you said, to just the Ivern, all the shielding, trying to get ahead in the jungle early, be first to that level 6, it makes it so hard to kind of... It's going to be hard for them to gain access to any of the objective pits for Utah. As you said, Daisy's going to be there in the front line. Ricky's Jax will eventually be there, maybe looking for a flank angle on the Lucian. So St. Clair playing very, very well early, and I do love to see them just sending it for that 2v2.
It's really interesting. There's, in my mind, the way that you tend to break down champions is, are you a champion that really requires gold, or are you a champion that really requires experience? Ivern doesn't need a ton of gold to be able to work. I think you get points into his ultimate, points into his trigger shield, and you're feeling really happy about yourself. You look at Yone, I think this champion is a really scales with gold because his passive interacts so favorably with crit chance, and having not only the mix of champions, but for Ivern, his thematic of helping out his solo lanes, especially melee champions in particular, stops a lot of what we might see from the Utah Utes. Like, how are you ever supposed to walk forward? Who's going to be main engage? It has to be either your Gragas or Raze, but if you do that, then you're running into potentially Ivern stopping you. I mean, Lulu we've been talking about a ton as well.
I think, yeah, that's honestly a perfect point, is that their engage is extremely conditional, and they need a lot of things to either hit at the same time or them to really, really catch somebody lacking, because it's basically Wukong, Cyclone, Braum Ultimate, and then the Casket, but these are all things that can very easily be sidestepped. They can be dodged, so they're going to have to really make sure that they get that target locked down. And then, as you said, then you've got to deal with the Ivern, who's probably going to rush the Redemption, which every single support has been rushing for months on end now, it seems. So, you know, there's just going to be the extra healing, the extra shielding. So even if you do land a full combo and chunk somebody down, dude, they're going to have enough firepower to kill in one of these fights.
Already we're seeing Alonso take first recall. He gets access to those lucidity boots. Feeling very good about their chances here already. It's only 4.5 minutes, but already a 600 gold lead opening up here for St. Clair Saints. And with him clearing bottom side, it doesn't seem like they have any indication that they want to go and play for these grubs. I think that St. Clair would be very happy if they can access the grubs on the top side of the map in about 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes time, but it's kind of on Utah in my mind. Utah want to be able to contest them. They'll have level 6 as well, both their jungle and mid. Should open up a lot for them to be able to play.
Yeah, we see a nice chunk out of Horizon there. Flocon getting a little bit low on HP, but does have the TP, should be able to back away to safety. If you try to go for a little bit of damage, is able to clear the wave. Now Horizon just going to hit the pool, will float back into the middle of the lane, and Flocon going to take the base, hit that TP, come back, and both of these mid laners taking over to level 6 shortly. Just saw Horizon get it.
That is why I was like, okay, this is actually a time where I think Vladimir can be really interesting, because the lane matchup into the Yone, at least until the first couple of backs, is more playable. However, Flocon has access to teleport, Horizon will not, and his recall's about to get stopped. That is really, really costly, because I think Flocon can kind of trap him in lane. He's going to make him miss potentially an entire minion wave here, and then he's going to miss the next one because he still hasn't recalled, which has now opened up St. Clair the ability to invade on the bottom side.
Yeah, we do see Alonso possibly in a little bit of trouble, though, able to walk it off phase there to support him as well. So, Friend of the Forest trying to get active in the Utah side jungle. just going to push Kawhi and Raze back, and again, just trying to go for the Grom steal and keep as much pressure as they can, especially with the bot lane. Looking to maybe crash the wave and get active here. Flocon. He just going to pop the ultimate double knock up under the tower. Kawhi will be the one to fall. Raze not really able to do anything in that situation. Same with Wiseword. And now St. Clair maybe looking to crash another wave and possibly look for a second dive here. That W is going to connect onto 2 as well.
I don't know if they have enough buttons. They don't have the Fate Unsealed anymore.
Oh, they are going to find the kill onto Raze, though, and now Wiseword in a bit of a rough spot. And the AD carries tanking the tower for fun, and St. Clair's bot lane has exploded early on.
That is a massive win. I mean, Feats of Warfare going over to St. Clair. They make the enemy AD carry miss out on a wave and a half, and they get themselves 2 plates. It is split amongst multiple members, but St. Clair, with a really well-executed dive, not only get their bottom lane into good position, they utilize their mid lane and the way that the lane matchup has ended up going, and they even help out their Ivern. So it feels like really all of the strong spots that we wanted to see from St. Clair starting to fire, and this is part of that explosive early game we wanted to see from them.
And the only part of the game we haven't seen is top lane, and Ricky has quietly gotten a 12 CS lead, taking a plate early onto Narwhal, so even the top lane, where really not much has happened, they're building their lead slowly out there as well, and we know how menacing a late game Jax could be. Flocon getting a little bit aggressive here, doesn't have the ultimate ready to go. It's going to have to flash away to safety. Horizon's going to give chase, trying to see if he can get just a little bit more damage. Flocon trying to flash E, and now Daisy's into the fold. The Q will connect onto Raze to at least slow the assault for the time being. And now Daisy just beating away on the Horizon. The Vladimir trying to get away to safety will be able to go into the pool. And for all that, it'll be no kills, but St. Clair, they are just everywhere at the moment.
Lig is going to use a lightning crash. Wiseword, he's dead. This guy's dead now, right? No, he ends up living. All right, cool. He loses his flash, but you looked at what St. Clair, I think Flocon doesn't know that Raze is in the area, obviously, gets the flash out of Alonso and himself there. So I think not in all that bad trade here for Utah, maybe to get more from Lig.
This area has no mana and no options to get out of here. The Ignite will go through, and it will be a shutdown going over to Wiseword. And now FaZe will have to head for the hills. Raze not going to be level 6 yet. Kawhi is going to land the Winter's Bite, stunned and done up by the Lucian. Wiseword, that's how you get your Lucian back in the game. SCC's bot lane overstays a wave too long, and they get punished.
That's really good, but look at what's still happening on the opposite side of the map. Those 3 grubs going over to St. Clair. In a side lane, we said it was going to be problematic here for the Utah Utes. And another Raptor camp taken away. Flocon. Oh, no solo kill. Oh, wait a minute. Horizon gets it. All right, that's 2 shutdowns.
Yeah, there was a solo kill. It just didn't go the way St. Clair was drawing it up there on the whiteboard. So, I mean, yeah, both of the lanes that were seemingly having issues early have now completely stabilized. You get 2 kills on Wiseword, and Horizon just picks up on Flocon's over-aggression, and now they get a free Mountain Drake because of it.
Dragon, they got 2 shutdowns onto Horizon and a Wiseword. That evens up a lot of the gold differential. Almost entirety here for St. Clair is in top side right now. You already see it thanks to our observers toggling over. It's a 300 lead here for Ricky and for Alonso. 1,300 gold, especially on this Ivern, who makes such good use of it with how cheap his enchanter items are, those support items coming on through. Redemption, the strength of this item as we've seen so far on 25, 18, and 19. St. Clair, objectively, I think, are doing fine, but Utah now have, I think, a little bit more room to stand on here in this game after this last 2 minutes of play.
And I think this is almost the same trap that St. Clair fell in against Maryville, where they have such a good explosive early game, and then they just have 2 or 3 oopsies on the mid and the bot wave, where it was plays they just didn't really need to go for, but they thought they were going to be able to really accelerate the game, and now Daisy going to get thrown under tower there, will chase Raze away for the time being. Knockup going to land, but this is all for St. Clair to get those sweet, sweet plates in the bot lane and at least get Lig a little bit more gold there.
This is that matchup in mid lane I was telling you about. Like, Yone cannot deal with this champion. Doesn't die to the Hemo Plague, but he's probably going to have to either recall or maybe he's trying to use his fleet footwork on the Wolves here. Maybe just soak some of this last bit of experience. Maybe
another trade in the bot lane here. Wiseword trying to chunk down Lig, but when you've got When you've got the Ivern and the Lulu, that is absolutely so much shielding to try to cut through. And now Wiseward is going to be forced to burn the culling. It's going to chunk down FaZe to about half HP. Ultimate is online for Kawhi if they wanted to go for some kind of play, but they're going to wait for Raze to walk over here and see if they can maybe catch SCC lacking again.
It's 11 minutes. We still have not gotten a first turret, but there are plates and 3 grubs from St. Clair are making it so easy for them to hit these turrets. They now have a 3,500 gold lead, thanks to them having all of these objectives early. So already down to 1 play bottom lane, a 10 CS lead opened up here for Lig. Although the 2v2 wasn't able to result in a kill, you can see how deadly it is for the Utah Utes bottom lane.
Yeah, and both of the AD carries just finishing up that first item. We are going to see Flocon ulting to take the wave down, but instead going for a little bit more, trying to give chase to Horizon. We'll have to tether back in a second or two, though. That means Horizon will be able to walk away, and obviously Vlad, Yone, they're both going to try to heal up off those waves and go again soon.
Saying that St. Clair are running into an issue where they don't have perfect information or a lot of vision onto the running Utes. A lot of their vision is pretty shallow, if not non-existent here, as you can see that University of Utah has placed a lot of vision towards the bottom side and covering. There's that phase rush. Flocon.
Wait.
Oh my god!
Oh. Wow, that had to be less than 50 HP. That was so lucky that Flocon is able to get away. Will eventually have to use a TP to get back to the mid wave. Ricky is going to pop the counter strike, trying to get out of there. Ultimate burn down, and the flash is gone. And it's still going to be a kill over to Utah. Ricky does so much good work in the early game, but a nice timing out of Race to head top lane and instantly get some gold into Gragas' hands.
That's good. He's going to get red buff. He's going to mean that Lig with bot lane turret, maybe more.
Oh, flashes the Braum ultimate through the culling as well. Zeri just face tanking both of the bot laners. Now playing with their food for an extra moment, and that's 2 kills for Lig.
And it's going to turn into even more across the map. No invade coming in from Raze. He can't steal any of these camps. Alonso gets to take the Grom. And now, with bottom lane resetting here from St. Clair, they're going to be able to reset, spend their gold. Does Lig end up getting a second item? No, but he's really close to getting what looks to be a Runon's Hurricane, and Dragon spawns in a minute. That is going to be a huge objective, I think. If Utah Utes can grab this, then I think this university can feel not bad about their chances in this game, and maybe they could try to go for some Dragon stacking, because this game it's not quite over yet, but it is starting to tread into that territory.
Yeah, Daisy getting brought out there, and there's redemption number 1. Flocon 3-man ultimate under the tower. Daisy's going to follow up with the knockup. Ray's still getting chunked away. They will find the kill onto Wisward. Flocon very low on HP, but ultimately, yes, St. Clair, they get exactly what they're looking for. And now Ricky wants a little bit of revenge in the bottom lane, perhaps, trying to see if he can chunk down Horizon. Unfortunately, Ricky, you may have overstepped just a little bit. The flash and the finish by Horizon.
They need to put multiple members of St. Clair against this Vladimir. He is so dangerous to deal with. I talked about from the draft that there's ways you can play this champion. I'm glad that he found a Baus FFS when he died for the minion wave, but I don't think it's very good for St. Clair's game states. At least for right now. Flocon will have the Fate Unsealed ready in about 45 seconds, but I think for Utah, you have no flash on Horizon, no flash on your Lucian. If they decide to contest St. Clair, they would be able to do so, but they took kind of weird timers to recall. They wanted to complete their items, and especially with their solo lanes not really finding success.
Yeah, they sent the bot lane to the top wave, and obviously they swapped with Ricky, so they just focused on getting down the T1 tower. Now Zeri does have the Runons at least online, so that's going to be a big power spike for Lig. They are going to be too late to contest the Drake, but anytime there's going to be a next team fight, or even what we've seen, just the fighting in the solo lanes, I could very well see St. Clair trying to get active in some way.
Herald is up. They can make a play for it, just they have priority for mid. This is a 2-item Zeri at 15 minutes. Lig has been such an important part of this program's success. I say that now. He's going to go down.
Yeah, now the culling on FaZe as well. The flash to escape will be the case. Ultimate is going to connect on the tip of it, but unfortunately for Utah, will not be able to collect the support as well. But that's how you take down the Zeri nice and quick. You get the flash out of FaZe as well, so a great proactive play in the mid lane.
And Raze finishes his Trinity Force, but I kind of would have liked to have seen him delay his recall. We see Flocon fade the ultimate, doesn't end up landing on the Narwhal. but I think you really need to be very careful about when and how you take these camps right now, because we're coming up into that portion of the game here for St. Clair where it's going to become infinitely more difficult for the running youths to ever get access to these camps. So Raze, after this Herald, and once St. Clair are, I think more importantly, going to take this mid-tier 1, it is going to be imperative that he finds more unique and more challenging ways of finding gold, because he's probably going to be stuck on Trinity Force for a long part of this game.
Yeah, and obviously the Ivern just able to power farm, already has the lead as well. Double Redemption starting to build up the Heartsteel. Flocon been playing extremely aggressive all game long, is going to burn the flash. Not sure if that's going to be enough time for Lig to fly over the wall, and it will be. Flocon will get the kill shot there, and now Lig wants to go a little bit further to try and finish off the kill, and just like that, 2 down in the top lane for Utah. But now they're looking to get something back to the bot side. They are going to try to dive Ricky.
Nice.
Will be able to flash away to safety though. Ricky with the moves.
Doesn't get the turret, and it means that Alonso's going to summon up the Herald. They're going to go for a little bit more. They want to give more to Lig. He's been such an important piece to this program. Last year in the Cleach Championship, wasn't able to bring them much further than top 6. Ricky in a 1v2, you're not winning this one, buddy. They'll be trading turrets, but it's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of the Saints. They can move into mid lane, maybe even take a second one with another charge, and everything is going right here for the St. Clair Saints.
I think Lig has been present for 4 or 5 of the 6 tower takes that have happened in this game. They know exactly where they want to funnel these resources.
Ooh.
Is going to backstep the explosive cask. Lig playing on a knife's edge and finding success as well. Still trying to get aggro, tank the Qs, throw the W to the tower as well, and there's another tower gone. So St. Clair, I mean, they're just melting this side of the map for Utah.
The only person who has damage is Horizon, and he's not anywhere close to finishing a second item. And maybe I'll hold that. He's going to recall. He gets his stat stick. That is 125 AP on the Horizon focus. Do I think that that is enough at this point? And you look at the rest of the team. Only person to finish a second item for the University of Utah. I look at this gold differential, I'm looking at the dragon that spawns in a minute and a half, and it almost feels in my mind that if we as Utah cannot win this next fight, the game might have gone a little too far in favor of St. Clair.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of the age-old question. Would you rather have a 5-6 item Lucian or a 5-6 item Zeri? Except that the Zeri already has a 2,000 gold advantage, and now Ricky dealing some decent damage to Narwhal on the top side. It looks like he will try to go for the disengage. Backsteps the cask, though. Unfortunately, I think Ricky is committed to this fight, whether he likes it or not. Trying to escape to the wave. Unfortunately, it looks like it may be a kill turned over to the Utes, and it'd be Horizon with the last kill. And now it's going to be Flocon with a little help from Alonso, just finding a pick in the mid lane.
Well, they at least were able to alleviate a little bit of pressure here. It's going to be a teleport coming on through for Narwhal, but you're still half HP, brother.
Yeah, that teleport may have been a little bit suspicious. He may get taken down as well, the tower dive. Flocon definitely showing they are not scared to get their hands dirty, and definitely a bit of a questionable teleport. And St. Clair, they are already breaking down the doors of the base.
Look at Lig!
Lig is an animal this game. Runs right at the Lucian, soaks the calling, pops the ultimate, finds the kill, and Flocon, the running mate right now, 7 and 5 kills on the meets respectively. Alonso is going to find the route onto Kawhi. They might be able to find the follow-up here for the kill. Flocon right in there, and once again taking down Kawhi, and now the inhibitors begin to fall as well.
He's got double enchanters as a melee. You're just untouched in these fights. I thought it was going to be the dragon fight. Didn't even need it. St. Clair are going to end this game in 20.
19 minutes, 55 seconds, and the second Nexus Tower is at half HP. Ricky's trying to dive Horizon on the back line, not able to find the kill just yet. Lig's going to take the other tower. Flocon in a bit of a mess. He's going to find the 3-man knockup. Lig is hammering away in this fight, but that means Kawhi is going to be back off of respawn. Redemption to try to keep the Saints alive right now. He is absolutely trapped against the Nexus, and the Vladimir ends up with 7 kills on the day and a triple kill to finish the fight, but it might not be done yet. Quadra kill. You may see the Penta here.
Oh, Penta? Wait, what? How does this a Penta here for Horizon? I don't know if they have enough movement speed. Glitterlance is coming out. He's going to have Ghost. He's going to get it!
Right, can the Redemption save it? It cannot. It is a Horizon pentakill from the base. Chase is phased down all the way to the tower almost. And now Utah somehow on Soul Point.
And now, yeah, they're going to have Soul Point. They're not going to be able to hit this Otacon. It spawned a minute beforehand. They're going to have an super minute. I can't believe we're going to be in a situation where a team is going to get a pentakill and is still unlikely to win the game. They're going to start up this Otacon, but Ricky's going to be here soon, and Flocon can still TP if he feels like it is necessary.
Yeah, this Vladimir almost up to that third item. Ricky's going to go right in there with the counter-strike, and he is killing everybody on the Otacon. It's a classic North American Otacon throw. Utah thought they had the time till Ricky came back. Unfortunately, that is not to be the case. And Flocon getting buffered, and I guess we'll ulti out to safety technically.
I guess, yeah, he was trying to get it onto Horizon. Narwhal lands a massive explosive cask. That's still going to be the Otacon going over to St. Clair. They have an open Nexus. This has got to be a heartbreak, man. He's 9-0 on this Vladimir. 3 items.
And a full Rabadon's as the third item already at 21 minutes. So this Vladimir, if they mess around, he can definitely put out that damage and take a few of these players down. Ricky is going to pop the counter-strike going into the backline. St. Clair getting a little bit antsy in front of the Nexus here, but now it is time for Lig to take over the fight. That's going to be 2 early ones. Alonso will break up the potential pentakill. The Vladimir is going to be the VIP target now for St. Clair. Knock up from the Wild Growth, a second one from Daisy as well. A big polymorph goes out. Lig is hammering away.
God.
But now St. Clair's damage is all gone. It's Ivern Lulu, and Horizon's doing it again.
Guys, Horizon is 12-0-1 on his iconic Vladimir. We saw him pull this out last week. Did not get the same level of success as we are seeing here now. He's going to capture all of these waves. He is the most fed member in the entire game. The only person out farming him is Lig. They have been able to hold onto this base, and it is now 3 minutes before the Dragon. I still don't know if Utah are going to be able to save this game. But if there's anybody who's going to be able to do it, he's going to be a level 16 Vladimir.
Yeah, I mean, there was basically 2 or 3 carries that you had to worry about if you're St. Clair, and the Vladimir getting to this point and even more accelerated than they could ever imagine. 10 stacks on the Medjai's, obviously Horizon focus, Death Cap finished. I mean, any one of these carries gets caught or Redemption is off cooldown. This is very much a 100-0 possibility damn near for some of these players.
Jobin, this could be historical for the Utes. Being able to find their first win of the season against a top 3 team here in Division 1. As I say, if you can win 1 game, you can win 2. Real quick, if our observers could toggle the gold, because I kind of want to see, it is a 7,000 gold lead still here for St. Clair. I kind of want to see how much of a difference. He's only up 2,000 gold at this point. I feel like if St. Clair are able to kill Horizon, that's it. That's the entire game. I don't think that there's very other carries here for the running Utes.
No, if Horizon gets taken out, this game will end within the next 10 seconds. They just, even with the Lucian and the Wukong going for the Serpents, very, very good against all the shielding. Explosive cast onto Lig, though, and the AD carry gets caught out. The culling gets invested as well. Raze tries to go in for the flash engage. They cannot shut down the Zeri, though. The respawning Nexus towers will be back up for Utah, but this is a 4-item Zeri almost, and she is hammering away at the Utah backline. A huge ultimate out of Flocon. St. Clair may finally be able to end the game, but Horizon and Raze still alive, so they may have a little bit more work left to do.
He's looking for it. Horizon doesn't get the ultimate down onto Lig. He one-shots him!
What? Lig just got popped before he could even click a button, and now it's going to be Horizon on the hunt yet again. FaZe has no chance of getting away. Ricky's going to go for the back door with the Jax. Is he going to be able to find it? There's still a Nexus tower up. The wave is now here, though. I don't know if Ricky's going to be able to survive. He gets ignited, and now he gets taken out.
Are St. Clair going to lose this game now? Because a minute before Dragon, we kept talking that these inhibitor turrets, that these Nexus turrets have fallen twice now. Nexus has been exposed, but St. Clair can still not finish this. And one of the biggest upsets, the only upset that I think we have seen here in the entirety of Div 1. It's been 3 weeks in the making. And University of Utah, behind their mid laner of all places, is finding success. Almost a 4-item, 20-stack Medjai's. I just want to see how much AP he has at this point, because he is going to be unkillable. And, not to mention, this is a Chemtech Soul. If he gets down below 50% HP, he's going to have flat DR. He's going to have an insane amount of resistances. Almost 700 ability power here for Vlad.
Yeah, that is definitely a scary sight for St. Clair, but luckily it's 25 minutes, and that means the Baron is on the menu for them. will not be any contest out of Utah. They are still dealing with the absolute wreckage that is their base. So at least for St. Clair, you got something that should hopefully help you stabilize all three of these lanes, keep that foot on Utah, and just slowly work your way toward the end without going in a little too deep.
Yeah, thankfully for St. Clair Saints, because they have all these inhibitors down, and more importantly, because they found all of those kills a little bit earlier to the dragon spawning, they don't actually have time for Utah to start this objective up. So, bare open Nexus here. There's going to be a Nexus turret that does respawn in a minute and a half here. So, as long as Utah can hold, no one can threaten Horizon, but he has no flash and no ghost. The only thing that's going in his favor is that he did a single application of the Seeker's Arm.
Flocon's going to get popped with the shield bow. Wiseward seeing if he can do a little bit more damage. Ricky just going to go hack away at the Nexus. Double redemption. Flocon's trying to ult Wiseward in the backside of the fight. Now we're going to see Ligon knocked up in front of the Nexus, and they're able to instantly end the game with a Zeri, and I believe Ricky getting active there as well. So 24 kills to 22, despite the fact St. Clair had every advantage under the sun. Then Vladimir just ends up getting, what, 14 kills, 13 kills by the end of the game?
Yeah.
Like,
that was a little too close for my liking, and that has been St. Clair's weakness, not just here in Division 1, but if you look around there, and this iteration's collegiate history, the mid-game hasn't been all that tight. I think we got to see some of the good parts of this roster, especially the explosiveness from the solo lanes, Lig being such a dominant AD carry. Wiseword got completely bodied here tonight, but despite the compositional kind of the strength of Horizon, the pieces around him weren't very strong. Also, it does bear to question, like, that was a St. Clair favored game the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, when they were up, what? When you have to kill the Nexus towers, I think 3 times by the end of the game, we had Ricky TPing basically from the T3 tower like 50 feet trying to end when there was still a Nexus tower up and then trying to go for the full Nexus. So St. Clair definitely felt, in their heads, I'm assuming they felt like, okay, we're so far ahead we can't lose. But after the Vlad Penta and then 5 more kills, I guarantee they were starting to sweat there at the end.
They're like, guys, are we actually going to lose this one? And it didn't even matter because I'm looking at the post game. We still had a gold lead for St. Clair the entire time. So kind of sucks, but hopefully for Utah, they're able to bounce back. I'm happy for Horizon, though. I think getting yourself a Penta, still a really incredible feat here, especially for this iteration, this lineup's first couple years of playing competitive.
I mean, yeah, when the entire world is burning around you and you're able to, I mean, he literally saved the game with the pentakill. They were knocking on the door of the Nexus, and then this Vlad just chases FaZe all the way back to the mid-tier tower. So that was honestly, at least Utah, they tried their best to bring it back. But as you said, it should have been the St. Clair favored game. I'm sure they would have liked to win cleaner, but at least for them, they can say, listen, it was a little messy at the end, boys, but we got the job done.
A win's a win. When we look back at the end of the season, probably not going to remember a large portion of this game. So it is unfortunate, but hopefully we can see the Utah Utes get back into form for game number 2, give us some more competitive bits in this series, and see whether or not St. Clair can end out here tonight.
Yeah, I think we are going to just go to a break then. We'll bring it back when game 2 is ready to get underway with the draft, and we'll see if St. Clair can finish it off in 2.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard.
Welcome back, everybody, to Division 1, where we are covering some sweet League of Legends on this fine Sunday. I am Jobin, that is Alkin. Game 1 between St. Clair and Utah. It was a doozy. St. Clair looked like they had that thing wrapped up in the bag by 15 minutes, and then Horizon on the Vladimir just finishes like 14-1-1, gets a pentakill, almost brings them back from death, but ultimately it was St. Clair that were able to just push over the edge on the back of Lig with an incredible Zeri game.
That was a really, really awesome Vladimir game. Like, I know St. Clair are still the winners here, but I just feel bad that a team gets a pentakill and still aren't able to win. You got to see some of the strengths of that champion. Now here in Fearless, won't get access to it again. And also kind of looking at the lanes again, right? Like Lig and FaZe had a really strong 2v2. This Lucian Braum, I think, a little fake. Not just from Wiseword and Koala Illusion's hands, but I think in general hasn't provided that same lane dominance that I think some of the players in the server are expecting. So hopefully we get something a little bit more even in the 2v2.
I mean, yeah, and they had red side as well. So the first pick, Zeri, came out of St. Clair. They answered immediately with the Lucian, say, hey, we're going to slam the Lucian Braum. We're expecting to have push. We're expecting to be able to E forward, get a huge chunk, a big trade against you. But unfortunately, they were getting flashed on by Zeri at like level 4 and getting double killed. And then the game just basically snowballed, at least out of the bot lane's hands from there. And that Lucian just basically lost all of its power before it could even hit that Essence Reaver of that 2-item spike.
And most of the other lanes actually I think did okay. Like Narwhal, a player that had to spend last year on the junior varsity lineup, role swap 3 different times, But now coming in, you're playing against Ricky. I think you look at the experience of St. Clair having played so long together, and then this team on the running Utes who haven't really, for some of these guys, it's their first year playing competitive.
Yeah, I think the chemistry is honestly a really big thing, especially when we come into the Fearless format. And as formats are changing, and every offseason for college is essentially roster mania, kids transferring, people graduating, there's so much turnover. So the fact that you can even keep even a core of 2 to 3 players at the same school for, I think, 3 to 4 years now. I mean, going back to when I was there a couple of years ago, it was still the same 3 core with a few players coming in and out. You just get, even beyond the rift, you get to know each other, you get to know each other's schedules, you hang out, you have team bonding, and then even things that might frustrate you in game, it takes some of the edge off. We're like, okay, I know my boys got my back. We may have made a mistake, but we can regroup, and we've been here before. We can figure this out.
Yep. Want to update everybody. FaZe is going to be stepping back. We're going to be bringing Miracle in for game number 2 here for St. Clair. And if you're a fan of the Pick'ems and you're wondering, am I going to get any points this week? Well, the lines were 12.5 kills for Miracle, over under, Flocon at 16.5 kills, Wiseword at 10.5, Kawa Illusion at 8.5 deaths. And if we look back at that first game, Flocon ends at 10, so he needs 7 more if you have the over. Looking over at Wiseword and Kawa Illusion, Wiseword got 5, so you still need 6 there. And Kawa's already at 7 deaths, so 7 to 8.5 as a support, you're probably going to die at least twice, and especially as the team that we're expecting to be underdogs here tonight, I think that over here for Kawa Illusion, the support of University of Utah, looking definitely likely here tonight.
And I mean, yeah, we'll obviously have to see what the bot lane matchup ends up being, but we saw St. Clair that when you see a Zeri and a Lulu basically flashing forward, trying to get all these spells off and going for the kills, you know that St. Clair, in their heads, they at least must feel that, you know, we're a little bit more skilled than these guys. We can afford to go for some kind of hands checky play in the early game, and obviously it worked out very well. But yeah, seeing a support only die one time, he'd have to play like the perfect Rakan game against St. Clair, and it wouldn't have to be messy whatsoever. But based on that last game, I do not think that is a realistic scenario here.
Definitely not. It would be a massive change in expectation, right? Like, Utah have still not won a game similar to Boise, and they're going to have to really prove themselves because it's only top 6 make playoffs. We're only in week 3 of the regular season, but every single win could be the difference between you being able to see the postseason and even having a chance at making the LAN.
And especially when you have a game like that for Utah where it's like you were really out of it for so long, and then I guess it feels like you had a chance, and, you know, not every loss counts the same, but not all losses are created equal. Some are going to sting a lot more, like the St. Clair Maryville one where they go, man, maybe like you said, if they're later in the season and they're at like the 4 seed and they had Maryville right where they wanted them twice, couldn't close the deal, they look back and go, man, these 1 or 2 wins really could have changed our season. It may get you a way easier playoff matchup too, which is something that is going to be huge later on.
It's so funny too because they're doing the same thing that they did versus Maryville here today against University of Utah. Like, they're having good early games, the lanes look fine, and then we get into a mid-game section where we're over-diving, everybody's really trying to make an outplay, at least on one side of a fight. So, you know, at least we could say St. Clair are being consistent, but I don't think that your opponents are the same. We have a lot different perspectives on a team like Maryville, a team like Winthrop, versus a team like West Virginia, or, again, here tonight, the University of Utah.
Yeah, when you're making mistakes against a team like a Maryville or a Winthrop that have literally played and thrived in the biggest moments, all they need to see is you overstep 1 or 2 pixels, and they instantly know that they're going to find that window. Against a team like Utah or some of the teams, especially that are newer together, like we talked about, they just might not have the synergy to be able to react in a half second, understand what plays might be coming down the pipeline. So I want to see Utah find some sort of, you know, somewhat easy to play identity in the draft. Don't make the game too hard on yourselves. Maybe just play a front to back, point and click engage, and let the 80 carry have some room to try to make something happen.
Well, let's see what the pick and ban is. We're going to have drafts coming up. We had a bit of an issue with the lobby for everybody at home who was wondering, so hopefully we can have that resolved rather soon. I'm taking a look at kind of what we could maybe expect. The issue is while we have the head-to-head as the jungle, I think Wiseword and Qua Illusion did not have the best early game. And we've already seen that Lig, not just here, but in Collegiate as a whole, has been someone who has been really, really aggressive. We saw Callista Renata last week. We got Draven in their first series versus West Virginia. So what are going to be the answers that Utah have going back onto the red side here?
Yeah, and first ban is going to be the Trundle for St. Clair, a ban that we have seen, very, very commonly, especially in the last couple patches. And it is going to be the Nunu getting taken away. So again, we saw the Nunu and I believe the Maokai were the first two bans for Utah. Yeah. So right now, everything, assuming it's going to stick to the same script.
Last time we saw Alonso, he played Jarvan. So we'll kind of check in on that. Bans are very similar, if not the same, as we saw. St. Clair on the blue side banning away the Trundle and the Yorick, taking away just strong champions, especially the Yorick for Narwhal. I don't think that Ricky and his general pool is something that we've seen too often. I wonder if this is also going to be the Urgot yet again.
Yeah, what a seed. The top lane matchup, because, we only had the camera up there for about 30 seconds in all of game one, but there just wasn't really a whole lot happening. It was Jack Scragus. Eventually, Ricky ends up swapping with the bot lane. They grabbed the Herald. They flooded the top lane. And by that point, the entire Rift had just exploded in favor of St. Clair. So the Urgot is going to be the ban they go through. So we're going to see if Ricky, they want to try to put him on one of his, signature carry champs. The Olaf used to see him play the Aatrox slot. I know that's not nearly as meta nowadays, but Ricky, he's got some picks that he'll bring out of the woodworks here and there.
It's going to be, I don't think it should be a Callista first pick. Maybe they try to go for something for a Flowcon since they know Horizon is going to play a lot of those control mages. Victor, famously very difficult to move out of the mid lane. Jarvan is up, and if we're talking about giving Raze stuff that allows this team to make plays, I actually wouldn't mind a look at that. Orianna Nocturne is very interesting. It definitely is more threatening in the mid lane as the Orianna matchup versus Victor, so I actually wouldn't be too impartial to it.
Yeah, and I think for Utah, that'd be really good. Just the Octurne Nori, it's just a simple combo. You click R, and then I'm going to click R, and the combo should be set up fairly well for success. It's, I don't want to say easy to execute, but St. Clair, the way they were overextending in that last game, and obviously against Maryville as well, I think they're thinking, we're going to get a few opportunities on somebody who maybe is too far up in the solo lane, and we're going to be able to shut them down. And the answer is going to be the Jarvan, like you were talking about.
Jarvan is good. I think Alistar gets a lot of value in this draft for both teams, so I think Utah Utes can think about picking that up for Koa Illusion. We're going to get a Renekton blind. Now, there is a lot of things that Narwhal could play here. You do not want to play Olaf into Jarvan. That sounds incredibly miserable. We are taking an Alawi. So if St. Clair are going to have to try to dive into you, if they're going to have to walk forward into Utah, this Alawi could be dangerous, but the team is not going to really be playing around topside. So this feels more of like we're trying to play for lane. We want to give ourselves good spots because later on, I think it's difficult for the University of Utah to kind of incorporate this champion in.
Yeah, I think they're going to need some kind of easy engage to at least give the Alawi time to pop the ultimate, at least get a few cycles of the tentacle slams in. So I want to see what St. Clair's thinking as well. Obviously, we saw the bot lane getting taken away right away in the first game. We saw the Zeri and the Lucian getting traded off, and now that we have double AD, or at least the AD jungle and the AD top laner, I'm really curious what St. Clair is looking for. We saw the double enchanter. Miracle is now going to be in the game as well, so you'd think maybe more engaged champs, or maybe something a little out of FaZe's play style that they like in this matchup.
I don't know. I still think Alistar is way too broken here in this game. They got rid of the Nico, a lot of 80 carries as well. Misfortune, Kaisa, and Corki focused out in the second phase of draft. It is Utah with the first pick coming out of this phase. And there we go. There's that Alistar. Not only follow-up, but I think just being able to stop the Jarvan in its tracks, if not just bump him away, similar with this Renekton, keeping your backline alive. And now, what do St. Clair go with? Because there's not too many dive options. The Sivir is great with being able to move this team forward, but I wonder what the support, I don't think support's going to augment it all that much, and I don't know if Lig really gets to play the game versus a good Nocturne Ori combo.
Yeah, so they are just going to go for the Bard, and it is a bit of an, I don't want to say super unorthodox pick, but there's not too many players that are going to be willing to pick the Bard, especially seeing what Kawhi, or not, obviously the Alistair got locked in, but what Utah is going to choose to be as that last pick. But I do like the draft out of Utah enough, and they're just going to fill it with the Smolder. So scaling, stacking, sit back, sit behind the Alistair Alawi, and get us to 30, 35 minutes, and hopefully you can carry.
Very interesting. So Sivir's always going to get pushed, but Smolder's like, okay, fine. I might not be able to match you in wave clear, but that just means that I'm going to get a free lane. Expect Cole starts. Want to update everybody as well. It is not Alonzo playing this game. It is going to be Maddie alongside Miracle. So we're getting that double iteration. Coach Maddie stepping back into the starting lineup. I mean, Jarvan has been a hallmark champion for him throughout the years. And especially here for St. Clair, they're going to have to really work on that coordination. This is going to be a draft that is kind of going to make or break around Miracle and Maddie working well together and how and when they're able to time their spells.
Yeah, I think that's a good point as well. That we talked about it even before the first game, is that Maddie and Alonzo, they do, there is a lot of crossover. Obviously, the jungle meta only extends so far, but Maddie has, been known for a lot of those AP champions back in the day. Now going to go for a little bit more engage on the Jarvan, assuming they're going to just try to bully. And obviously, the picture is Vladimir. That is going to be an Orianna in the mid lane as well.
Yes.
We saw the pentakill. It's fearless. We know the Vladimir is done for the day. St. Clair is happy about it. So I think the goal for Maddie is just going to be keep the pressure on mid lane as much as possible. You know that they're going to be trying to burn that Victor Flash, and I think you have to do the same thing to that Ori.
The Orianna early has a lot more ways of being able to play around this 2v2, but right, it is going to be Maddie hopefully looking level 3, maybe a little bit later as we get closer to ultimates being up and available for our two mid laners to kind of try to get that summoner spell away. But once we get later into the game, and more importantly for me, when Horizon gets into a spot, it's going to be really, really key to watch how University of Utah walks into space, how they're going to be able to take control of areas of the map, because you really want to get set up with an Alawi, with a Orianna, because you can play aggressive, but I think if you're St. Clair and you have to walk into Orianna ball, that's asking for a lot of pain points.
And I mean, yeah, in the front line, while they do have, some tankier members, a Renekton and a Jarvan front line is not going to be the same as an Alistair that's clicking ultimate, getting all those resistances, and able to, maybe soak an extra cycle or two of some of these combos. So St. Clair, it might be a little bit touch and go trying to start some of the fights. Are we going to have to Bard ultimate to try to face check some of these areas? Because, sending a Jarvan or a Renekton in head first, it can find you success, but they both also might get one shot, and then all of a sudden you have lost a lot of firepower in a team fight.
This is another draft where Utah have drafted themselves some losing lanes, at least in the priority. The 2v2 here for St. Clair, I think, massively advantaged. Let's see if Miracle opts to go for the Spellbook or the Electrocute in this matchup. I think it does change a lot of the flavor of what we'll see from these two. But mid lane's going to be tough for you to gain priority as Utah. Top lane is a good counter matchup, but how often have we really seen the Utes leverage Narwhal's advantages? I think very minimally throughout the last couple of series we've seen from them. So I think St. Clair have good ways of being able to play early. They should have Dragon priority as well, which is what you expect when you're playing into a Smolder composition, but I think it is really, really emphasized with what the lane matchups look like.
Yeah, and I guess the one bright side for St. Clair, what they lack for in tankiness, they do make up for in a fair bit of move speed. Having the Sivir, having the Bard, obviously Renekton has access to a couple of dashes. I think they at least have some options for survivability, or maybe being in the right place at the right time. Sivir can obviously pop the E spell shield as well. And while they're not the best tools and they're not get out of jail free cards, they can at least maybe buy Lig that extra 5-6 seconds that he needs to start free hitting one of these carries.
Maybe. It is possible. The Smolder is going to give them an out around 25, 27 minutes, but Smolder, for as infinitely stacking as he is a champion that can struggle if we get to very late in the game. 5 and 6 items, this champion tends to fall off a little bit, thanks to them removing the growing cap on the execute. That never should have existed, by the way. But if that's going to be the case, Sivir's a really dangerous champion, and Bard always has like the massive skill ceiling. The ability to really be super expressive and what you can do is something that is we have to take into consider.
Yeah, I think Utah, it's ultimately just going to be protect the president for Wiseward. These Bard ultimates, if this Smolder has ever stepped up too far, the E-flap only gets you so far. The move speed other than that is going to be extremely limited. And if that Bard ulti ever lands on top of the Smolder, it is going to be all hands on deck, either for the kill for St. Clair or to try to get him out of trouble for Utah. But I am definitely excited to see Utah. I mean, they're obviously starting off the season 0-2. Game 1 felt like it was over before it began, and then it didn't feel like it was over. So the result is the same. It's still a loss. And now they've got one more chance to avoid. An 0-3 start really starts to, it doesn't end the season, but that starts to wear on you as time goes.
Everybody at home, we had some technical issues. Apparently, Maddie had some PCs go boom. So we're going to kick it to a short break, and we're back. We'll be here with game number 2 between the St. Clair Saints and the Running Utes of University, Utah.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard.
And thank you for your patience. We are back onto the Rift. It is St. Clair and Utah in the Game 2 of our Week 3 Division 1 matchup. St. Clair almost let Game 1 slip through their fingers. They almost let Horizon completely take over, but they were able to close the show, and now we are back to see if they can close it out and get that second win of the year.
Taking a look at runes, it is going to be Electrocute Bard. Very, very deadly in this lane. Sivir as well. I want everybody at home, if there's a big minion wave stacking against you, if you're fighting in the minion wave as a Sivir or Versus, I think you do need to pay a little bit of attention to her Boomerang Blade. Pay attention to those bouncing blades, because you can really do a lot of damage in the 2v2, especially with the lane setup that they have. So I think Utah do need to be a bit careful about how they play this early game. We've seen that St. Clair have come out to a massive start in all of their series. It's just that midway point, mid-game point, where they get a little too cocky. They feel like they can do a little bit too much. We're also having a change in the jungle. Salomon's going to be coming in for Raze on side of the University of Utah. So interesting to see another change come through.
Well, that was that's a quick way to take half the Smolder's health bar, at least for the time being. You even said didn't even need the W bounce, only a level 1 Sivir and a level 1 Bard, and Wiseword already looking a little bit worse off.
Tough. That's really tough to play. So let's see what ends up going through here for... Wait, Lig is playing mid and they have Flocon playing Sivir.
Oh, you're right. I just noticed.
What is going... Okay, they are playing with their food. All right, it's going to be that kind of chaos. All right,
yeah. I think Lig is looking for the solo bolo in the mid lane, and I hadn't even noticed that the nameplates are switched. It just looked like the same game we saw last time where St. Clair goes for the early 2v2, they win the trade, but yeah, Lig hopping over to the victor after a standout Zeri game, and then Flocon hopping into the bot lane with Super Sub Miracle for now. They're going to find the stun. A couple of shots landed back from Wiseword. It won't be too hurt, though, and yeah, St. Clair just winning the 2v2.
Our stats team is literally going to put a hole in the wall after this game. No. The stats are going to be ruined after this. Well, I hope that St. Clair are happy, and I hope they can find at least a dominant win here if they're going to do this. We have Maddie preparing for a bot lane dive, a pretty massive wave for Wiseword to miss out on, but they don't have the setup.
Yeah, and it looked like Flocon did tank a few of the tower shots there, so not ideal, but ultimately going to be okay. That is one of the things with Jarvan. Once level 3 ticks over, it is gank city all day long, but not able to find it on the timing there. And now St. Clair just going to try to hold the wave as long as they can. Miracle, Electrocute, Ignite. Wiseword, I think, will live on 1 HP, and he will.
But he can't stay to the next minion wave because he's going to get hit with a W. He also has Flit Footwork plus his barrier. So very, very dangerous. I mean, both junglers are on opposite sides of the map. He's never going to hit the... You get healing from Alistar E. That's about it. He gets the level up as well, so he's barely over 100 right now.
Ooh, Horizon very low, still has the flash available, isn't going to have to use it until the very, very end to dodge the E. Is going to escape with their life though, and now Miracle's going to go for the flash in. There is the Q, beautiful follow by St. Clair. And the good thing is that the Alistar gets both of the kills, so while it sucks for St. Clair, the Smolder gets the 2 assists, but not the gold.
He loses out on the kills. He also loses out on that minion wave, which is so important for the Smolder. So I think it's a good play coming on through for St. Clair. Doesn't end up going exactly how they wanted. I think Flocon, if he had played a little bit more bot lane here before tonight, maybe he would have been able to execute on the 2v2. We're getting a pause. I do have to imagine that this is coming from Utah. I am currently looking over in the Discord chat right now. I hate to break some of the magic at home, but the people on Utah are asking, hey, are they allowed to just role swap like that without telling us? So we're getting some admins, we're getting some refs to come on through and solve some issues here.
I mean, yeah, they saw how aggressive Flocon was on the Sivir, and they said, hey, even though Lig just went off on us, get him back in the bot lane. We saw both of the lanes. I mean, the 2 lanes that they switch players, unironically, get basically both of the flashes off the carries. And I think Smolder was down like 15 CS after the first couple of waves. So I guess no matter who St. Clair put in there, they're definitely feeling good already.
All right. If I'm a ref, I'm saying, okay, guys, you guys got both your tech pauses in. For St. Clair, it was your PCs. For Utah, you're asking about a rules question. So I do see that there are no more refs, so hopefully it has been resolved. But for this game, Even if St. Clair win this game, I feel like this is the one game that we're probably just going to be like, wow, this was really useless for the rest of the show and like for the rest of the year. Because how likely is it that we see Lig and Flocon actually role swap? I think it is basically zero. And I think this is very similar to Stony Brook, who we got an interview with Yamaha Masaila after their win last week, and he was like, yeah, we've done zero prep. We're not really like doing anything to get us ready for our next matches. We just had really easy schedules, so we kind of just been like having fun. I think that St. Clair are doing that here today.
Yeah, some games are, textbook League of Legends. Let's play by the book, like how you play against the Maryville or Winthrop. In a game where St. Clair wins game one, how they did, then, it's more of a vibes check game. It's, hey, Flocon, try to play some bot lane. Lig, do you want to go play mid? Maybe try with the Victor, try a little something. So they are definitely having fun over there. You would hate to see something like this blow up in their face, though, because then if you look at a 1-1 series and you've almost thrown away 2 games in essence, you don't really want to play around with your food too much, especially against teams that, might be annoyed that you switch roles on them and, might lock in a little harder.
Sure, I guess, but that would require the Utes actually be able to play the game. And I don't think we've really seen that for a large portion. Yes, Horizon had a really, really impressive Vladimir, but I think we also didn't see very much from him in the last 2 series from West Virginia. So that's where I'm kind of calling it. Like, even if we see St. Clair troll this game, I think that fans at home should still have the expectation that the Saints are in a really, really advantageous spot here in this series and should be coming out as the victors.
I mean, yeah, even talking about them, the early game, even the few minutes that we saw, I mean, mid lane looked like it was already going a certain type of way. The bot lane, don't want to say it was over after the 3rd wave, but I mean, when Sivir and Bard are breathing down your neck and your Smolder has 8 CS at like 4 or 5 minutes, I mean, when you tab and check 80 items in about 5-10 minutes, I do not think it is going to be a pretty sight for the Utes.
It's going to be really tough. We'll see what it ends up looking like. I think it's kind of cool to see that they're willing to change, but I still feel really strongly that it's almost is like very much BM. Again, we'll check in the post game interview for sure.
Yeah, and I think that'll be the fun thing as well. If we do end up having St. Clair win, we get to at least get a little bit of insight of, hey, was the role swap planned? Have you guys done this before? Or is this something you're trying to cook up for later in the season for whoever knows what reason? But we are going to throw it to a break, hopefully get the tech issues, the role swap potential issues resolved, get Utah St. Clair back under the rift for the rest of Game 2. We'll see you guys with more Division 1 in just a few minutes.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems.
And thank you so much for your patience once again. Had to make sure the administration and the rulebook side of things was all good. But to catch everybody up to speed, we did see Flocon and Miracle, nice early dive to get the first blood. And then we did see Kawhi get 2 kills in return in the bot side. And that's pretty well where we are. And now you're up to speed.
There you go. Solomon also making a change. A lot of substitutions and role swaps. We've got Maddie and Miracle stepping into the lineup here for game number 2. Lig and Flocon are going to swap. Ricky's trying to go for a proxy, but I'm pretty sure you're just dead.
Yeah, he does take over to level 6. Maybe the Dominus could be the thing that changes the fight. The E eventually will expire, and now the bot lane, once again, it's going to be Armageddon. Flocon, with the help of Maddie and Miracle, getting the job done, and they're going to get the flash out of Wiseword as well. And now Ricky wants to go a little bit deeper into the top tower, 1-for-1. I know Ricky's loving that one.
Miracle!
And the bot lane, we are still going. Miracle goes in again, and now Maddie trying to 1v1 Solomon will have to escape to safety, will do so. It is Armageddon on the Rift.
Look at the Rift, though. I mean, like, top lane, Ricky just proxied a wave. He makes Narwhal miss out on a bit of golden experience there. Wiseword has been getting bullied here throughout, already down 2 kills here at the 5.5-minute mark, and also misses another wave. That's another plate going over to St. Clair, so another early game in their advantage. Lig with the Arcane Storm, he can actually find the kill here.
Yeah, Kawhi doing their best to at least try to keep Lig interested for the moment. Now Miracle, and that's the beauty of Bard. Miracle is going to be everywhere all at the same time, just perma-roaming and looking for these snap engages and some of these nice angles. But St. Clair about an 800 gold lead as things stand right now. The CS lead in bot lane, definitely going to be the most notable thing to point.
Miracle's going to be able to portal himself out. Doesn't even matter because you just have the Q as well afterwards. The Electrocute proc already third of this Alistar's HP. And Sivir is so happy with this state. Doesn't ever have to press W. Can just keep the wave on their side of the map. When Electrocute is back up, Miracle can try to look to chunk out Wiseword. Jungler's nowhere nearby here for St. Clair, so you do need to be a little bit respectful, but still have double summoners here available for this Sivir.
Yeah, not level 6 for the Nocturne yet as well, so not the chance of possibly that insta one-shot combo. That's a lot of damage coming out of Flocon. We are level 5. Kawhi is going to get ticked over with the Ignite. Miracle going to be able to find the support kill early on, and then a nice magical journey back to safety. Everybody in the bot lane sitting at level 5 right now, and Flocon should be able to be fine, though. We're going to see Nocturne back off here.
That was an amazing display of understanding of the matchup. I'm going to hold this. Ricky's looking for a solo. He's got Maddie in his wings.
Yeah, there's the knock-up, and there is the slice out of Ricky. So the proxy, and then you call on the help from the jungler. You find a kill in St. Clair. Now they're going to turn their attention to the bot side once more.
Oh, no. Oh, Wiseword. Oh, he's going to live. Maybe it's a double.
I think it's going to be. Solomon should be able to find the kill, I think. We saw Flocon burn the ultimate and burn the barrier. I guess does have the flash available, so...
He has no mana.
Oh, he's going to go for the flash Q, though, and Wiseword had no idea he was the target there, but ultimately the Smolder just still having a bit of a rough going by the 8-minute mark.
Another wave being missed out on here. Now, Lig doesn't have flash anymore, so he's going to have to take a little bit of a different detour throughout this mid lane. Koa Illusion's actually just going to move on down and help out his jungle around the bottom side. Mostly a Scuttle. I don't think this is going to turn into a Dragon. They have no priority to play for either in mid or bottom lane. But Miracle, really strong play on this Bard already. And Maddie getting active here in this game number 2. We have 12 kills at 8 minutes. Claire.
Oh, thought there was maybe one more there, but... It's going to burn the flash out of Horizon, so that is a huge cooldown, knowing that the Orianna, while she does have a little bit of mobility and move speed built in the kit, ultimately not going to be the safest place to be. The Chaos Storm in the E, just not enough damage to find the kill from Lig, but that is the mid-prio you need, and that means Drake is free.
I can try to go for it. I think more so if I'm Maddie, I'm thinking like I can maybe go for another camp, maybe be looking towards bottom lane since I know he doesn't have flash.
Oh, we are going to see... There's Solomon going to pop the ultimate, and Ricky's going to get solo killed to the top lane. St. Clair maybe losing a few of these advantages early. Solomon looking for a little bit more Lig. Just enough to live there in the bot lane. It is the same old story, folks. It is Flocon, Maddie, and Miracle. A conga line toward the Alistar, and a double kill for the Sivir.
Well, it doesn't matter how many substitutions they bring. It doesn't matter if Utah change out their jungler. It is all going to be the same. St. Clair outplaying their opponents in a lot of the lanes right now and just doing so much work right now here in game number 2. It's going to be the trade of the Dragon for the Grubs. Utah are almost never really going to be able to hit on turrets here in this game. St. Clair, man, what a good start to this one. The 2v2 is working out, and Flocon 5-1-2 on this Sivir.
And then Ricky just bullying Solomon at the grub, so saying, I hope it was worth it because I'm going to just take the solo kill. Was already low HP off of the objective, and now Maddie's going to get the flash out of Kawhi as well. St. Clair is just pushing every single advantage they have, and Ricky was actually able to scoop up some of the grubs as well.
He gets two grubs?
He got, oh, I thought he just got one, and yes, he did get two. Oh,
FF.
that's criminal. That's criminal.
FF, guys, it's only 3,000 gold, but like, that can't be the state of the game that we're in. Dominus pops. Don't think Narwhal dies if he plays this right. There we go. He's going to live.
Yeah, Ricky taking a fair bit of damage as well, and yeah, unfortunately, you know, Ricky will give and Ricky will take away sometimes, and that one you think you'd like to have back, but does go down swinging at least. Flocon now overstepping their boundaries. Kawhi only going to be level 5 right now, and now the chase is going to be on. This Sivir's already got Essence Reaver, and she is firing away. The Bard ultimate is going to connect, and Wise Word, I got bad news for you. Another 2-piece over to Flocon.
It's 40 CS lead. They're looking in mid. Maddie already makes his entrance known. Horizon falls in a 2v1 for St. Clair. They're going to continue to push on the bottom side, and they have 2 grubs. Like, everything is going right here for St. Clair. Nothing from the running Utes is sticking. And remember, they have 2 grubs, so guess what? The turret plates are also going to fall. It's going to be not only the kill gold, the kill credit going over to this team, but now they're just going to expand their lead even further. We are 11 minutes in, and it is a 4,000 gold difference with massive CS gaps happening in bottom lane.
And we saw Solomon pop the ultimate, trying to think maybe there's a way I can save my teammates or make a play. So now one of the only real snap engage tools you have to try to catch somebody alone on a lane is going to be down for the next couple of minutes. And obviously, Narwhal the only one really pushing any sort of advantage in the top lane, but Ricky's still hanging in there, still got a few good things done. And this Sivir is going to be 2 items very, very shortly. And this Smolder still working on the first.
There's a 50 CS lead right now almost here for Flocon. That's why I was saying, I don't think it matters that there's going to be a lane swap or a role swap here. I think there's just 2 gaps mechanically. Ricky, though, making sure that I can at least eat my words somewhat. Oh, well, almost finds a solo.
Oh, the tower might be able to take down Narwhal, but the flash to safety after the ultimate, and a little bit of help from Kawhi as well. So I guess picking the one lane that they found success in so far, and I guess try to make Narwhal the main carry, but that does not seem like an easy game to play.
No, there's no way that this guy's the main character in this game. Like, Ricky is just showing that old man Ricky, he's still here. He's still got it. They're putting 3 members on the horizon. This is just bullying at this point, guys. Like, come on.
Wait, make sure we get the finish there, and the Orianna flash was maybe 3 seconds off of cooldown. That is a great timing play out of St. Clair, punishing the mid laner. And now Flocon will be able to get first turret gold at 13 minutes. Oh my goodness, they're going to stop the base. He's going to... Oh, that would have been devastating.
Yep, but guess what? That's just a turret. Sivir's playing in between 2. Next minion wave that comes on means that St. Clair will get access to... not the first turret of the game, but they'll get access to their first. Miracle's also going to have Ignite in 30 seconds. Wiseword cannot step up.
Oh,
he
no.
is so dangerous. Does get 2 stacks. Feels good, but you're missing out on all of this gold. And a lot of that going over back to Flocon, who kind of an interesting player when you look at St. Clair's history. Taking over for Bakery Boy, and Flocon was a really exciting prospect playing in Tier 3, and I think has really added to the reason why we see St. Clair be a powerhouse in Collegiate League of Legends.
Yeah, the AD carry role was just the kind of the one before Rock Boom and then some of the other players that they got in where it was kind of a revolving door for a couple of years. The top jungle mid were fairly consistent for the most part, especially back in some of the earlier iterations. But the fact that you've just got this much firepower on your team now where you can send Flocon on the Sivir and send Lig into the mid lane on the Victor, and things still look good. And Ricky's playing his own game right now.
Ricky, man, we're having fun. I just know for a fact this guy is in the comms, just being like, guys, they sent 3 for me. Like, what do you want me to do? I can't play this game. I think it's funny. I think it's fun. At least Ricky's having fun here.
He's wasting a lot of time too, by the way. He's still not dead. Slashing through the jungle. The Smolder ultimate is not going to hit. Mom cannot find the last shot. And now Salomon's going to have to pop the ultimate and try to go for a kill under Ricky, but that is a renekton, my friend. Solomon had, I don't want to say no choice but to make the play, but ultimately makes the wrong one. Narwhal will get some gold back, but I mean, 15-9 at 15 minutes, and now they're going to go for a little bit more. Kawhi, I do not think you're going to be able to survive this one either. Maddie and Miracle, the two-man wrecking crew. Luckily, the flash is up, and wow, Maddie actually just EQs in with the Cataclysm. St. Clair is bloodthirsty on the top side, and they are going to find the kill. Support on support crime.
There we go. There we go. Can Miracle stop this? I mean, there's a lot of Grugs that are here. Flocon sitting in mid. It's a 2-level lead between them. I mean, other lanes, it doesn't even look good. Miracle doesn't get the electrocute proc off. That might have almost killed Sword by himself. But finally, we get some downtime. That all started with Ricky having a 1v3. He gets out almost, gets the 1-for-1 trade. And while all this is happening, St. Clair are still running the map. They're taking jungle camps from their opponents. Right now, we're seeing Maddie start up the Herald on the top side of the map. Lig's gonna have to play in a 1v3, and he still has Flash.
Yeah, Kawhi maybe gonna look for a bit of a Hex Flash play. Miracle's gonna land the full combo now. Alistair has no flash from the previous play in the top side, and Flocon will be able to give chase. Lig will eventually get the kill. St. Clair picking a good timing, throwing all that momentum into the bot side, and you know, we don't want to keep harping on it, but if you check 80 items very quickly, this game is looking absolutely grim.
Yes. And for our pick'ems, folks, we do have some winners so far. Flocon has to hit 16.5. He got 10 in that last game. He has 7 now, so looking good there. We're getting an engage.
Yeah, that's a fantastic engage out of Utah. They catch Flocon off guard, and the shutdown actually goes over to Wizward. So honestly, the best case scenario if you are Utah, Salomon will have to burn the flash to get away to safety. Lig looking to drop the W down. See if they can possibly catch somebody else slipping, but honestly, the gold went to the Smolder, and even though you've got a lot more work to do, it's a good start.
Yep, 10.5 kills is the line on the pick'ems right now. Between this game and last, he is at 7. So if you have that under, you're still here at 3.
Oh no.
That's probably not going to help.
Yeah, that is not optimal. You finally got a shutdown, and then just the two-man play in the mid lane, just in the river there. Smolder, absolutely no chance to get away. And Wiseword, 2-6, definitely not the ideal start, especially after you did finally get a kill and start to feel good about the game.
He just loses access to gold, right? Like,
yeah.
Every one of these deaths means that he's missing a wave. He's missing maybe even more on the map. This is time that he could be using, trying to get him to that stat counter. When he respawns, if our observers could please show us what the stat count is currently for Smolder. Would imagine that if he was playing perfectly, we'd want it around the 150 to 160 mark. He's at 130. Makes sense for kind of where this game has been at. It's going to delay their ability to get to that execute for this Smolder. And even once they get to it, kind of similar to game number 1 and how we were talking about Horizon being the big carry for that team, I don't think it'll matter if we see the Smolder execute. You're still going to have a gold deficit in almost all of these lanes.
And Flocon is just basically going to be two-shotting the team off of screen with QW. If Wiseword ever walks up to any wave at any point, that W is going to ricochet just a few times, and that health bar is going to be cut down to shreds. Kawhi, but he gets slowed down by Miracle. Nocturne ultimate will be invested for Solomon. I think Flocon popped the ultimate as well, so St. Clair, they definitely want to give chase. We've seen the aggression. Ultimate from Miracle is going to go just a little bit wide. Flocon giving chase is absolutely chucking these boomerangs at Kawhi. The Ignite will proc. Redemption trying to come through to save possibly one of these members. It'll ultimately be the kill over the one to Kawhi, and St. Clair just running the rift to the top side.
They've got Dragon that spawns in 3.5. Otacon is going to spawn in 2 on the bottom side. They're going to use this Herald to try to get one more turret before they get a reset in. St. Clair, they have been a top 3 team here in Division 1. They're going to continue to dominate University of Utah. And just compound this gold lead and get us ready for that second series of the night.
Yeah, we've already got one of the base turrets at under half HP, and we said earlier, the Void Grubs play that went sideways. Now they're able to tank these towers in seconds, and now we see Flocon. This just might be the end of the game, Alex. St. Clair does not want to waste any more time. They should have had a 21-minute win in game 1, and this time they are not making this easy for Utah.
Miracle's gonna get hit, but they can just portal out of this one. You've got Lig as well pushing on the bottom side. If they really think St. Clair can get more gold, there's a mid turret waiting for them, but I think the right thing to do in this situation is recall, reset, spend all of this gold. Infinity Edge gonna be completed here for Flocon. I'm looking at Maddie when he recalls. He's gonna have his Black Cleaver done as well, so this is a massive spike in power here for St. Clair. And Utah, they're nowhere near any point in the game where they feel maybe a little bit more comfortable to fight, but they're gonna have an Otacon spawning, and once that comes through, the experience differential is going to get worse, and even if the Otacon doesn't straight up end the game, there's another dragon that they have to fight for in 3 minutes.
Yeah, and it's like, are you going to try to play around the Orianna, who is about to be 2 levels down on the Victor, the Alawi that is extremely limited in some of these fights? Instead, though, Kawhi, that is not your blue buff. That belongs to the Saints, and Flocon will be there to finish off that kill, and even Solomon just getting absolutely rinsed down to about 70%. Flocon gonna give chase to Horizon. Horizon will be falling shortly, and there is the finish. Octurne ultimate will be popped, but ultimately he's going to be taken down immediately. Narwhal trying to cook up in the middle of 3. Saints can't seem to get anything done. We do see Wiseward winning the 1v1 against Maddie on the backside of the fight, but that is a far from a silver lining at this point, considering the grand scheme of that fight.
And if you're taking the Kawa illusion under or over for 10.5 deaths, or 8.5 deaths, he has almost hit it. He has definitely hit it here with 9 of them versus St. Clair in game number 2. You have a massive minion waves on both top and bottom lane. You can finish the game now. Lig doesn't have teleport. Guys, we have almost triple inhibitor. Nope, we're gonna stall out. Okay, we've got a little bit more game time here. St. Clair, they want to take a slow and steady, win the game in the most absolute of terms, but almost it's a 13,000 gold lead almost. Like, surely we can just close this one and take us to the end of the series.
I don't know. I feel like we were here in game 1, and then there was a pentakill in the base, and
okay,
seems
but like
everything not the same
that was a 14-0 Vladimir. there was nothing of like that here in this game.
You don't think the Roa Merc Treads Orianna is going to be able to one-shot the carries in the next fight?
I think if the Roa Merc Treads, not even completed Seraphs, Orianna gets a kill this game, that would be that's cause for celebration.
I would have to wholeheartedly agree, and even though St. Clair had already accelerated the game through bot, even just looking at the mid lane, where Lig has just been constantly pushing waves, looking to get the extra damage, the death cap is about to be finished over, has the Leandries, has the additional XP from the Roa, so everywhere you look right now for St. Clair, you see every inch of that 12k gold lead.
Feeling good. They're not going to even go for the dragon. I've kept talking about, oh, maybe there's a dragon that they could look to start, but they know they have the gold lead. They have minion waves to play with. They also have 2 grubs, like we had mentioned earlier. That is going to be the end of this game and the end of this series here, as long as St. Clair can close this out.
Yeah, and I mean, triple inhib, you've got to think, especially with the top and mid waves being synced up, that there is not going to be much that Utah will be able to do. It's almost a 4-item simmer. These waves will simply not be allowed to exist. Even Mom is not going to be able to one-shot the back wave as of this point, so there is virtually no chance for the Utes to defend, and now we are going to see an absolute explosion of Solomon, and that should be the ticket for St. Clair to punch their way to another victory in Division 1. It is a wombo combo and a triple for Flocon to finish things off at 23 minutes and 5 seconds.
And they had 4 substitutions coming into this game. Maddie, Miracle here in game number 2. FaZe and Alonzo in game number 1. We have Lig and Flocon swapping roles in the game. I mean, how else do you spell dominance here, aside from literally styling on your opponent so badly that we have to change our mid and 80 carry? This is the expected outcome coming into tonight. St. Clair, a top 3 program here in Division 1 esports, but the way and then they did it, definitely some flourish going on.
I don't know, St. Clair might be in a catch-22 now. Flocon might be making a case to play bot lane and say, I got 16 kills in my ADC game. Lig, what did you do last game on the Zeri? I'm saying, they already switched junglers.
Yeah. We also got a screenshot of the in-game text comms, and Horizon was being a good sport about it. He was like, well, you didn't like the Vladimir versus Yone matchup, so I know what you're doing. I like that. A little bit of trash talk between these guys. But dominant 2-0 showing. Not much, I think, to write home about. I think if you were to just be a scoreboard box watcher, you're saying, okay, 2-0 for St. Clair. It's expected. They're going to move up to 2-1. Unfortunately, taking that loss versus Maryville, a blemish, but I think a lot of teams are going to be seeing that in the loss column. A lot of teams are going to be seeing a Maryville win coming through.
Yeah, I think that is definitely, that's been the case for many, many years. But I do like that St. Clair, maybe that game one was kind of their, okay, this is the last time we can get away with kind of throwing into the mid-late game, because against these better teams, you make some of those critical mistakes they made, you might not have a chance to close the game as easy as you like. So they're going to feel good about getting that 2-0. The result stays the same. The role swap ends up working out, and at least they can walk away. You get another victory in Division 1, and you can at least reset your record back into positive standing.
Yep, we're going to kick it to a short break here. We're going to have an interview with one of the St. Clair players, and hopefully we get to ask them about the delayed swap, because it already caused enough drama here for us on the show. We got to get their thoughts, their feelings, and yeah, we'll kick it to a short break.
It's a leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got the jungle, the coach, and honestly, I got to say, the face of St. Clair College right now from the League of Legends division. We've got Maddie. Welcome to the show. You only got one game in tonight, but How are the boys feeling now that you guys were able to pick up your second win of Division One?
Feeling pretty good. Sucks that we had to play MU so early, so we took a quick L in our early record, but I think we played well versus them, and I think we're pretty confident in the rest of the games we're going to be having. A lot of the games are easier, of course, but we did play Winthrop and Nace and beat them there, so we're excited for a rematch later this semester in Division 1.
Yeah, and I guess it's obviously early in the season as well, but taking a loss to Maryville, I don't want to say that it's going to like take all the confidence away, but do you guys feel like, especially last week, like that was a game that A, that you should have won, and then B, especially just winning this game against Utah, it got a little dicey in game one, so you guys just working on just trying to clean up that mid to late game where you can close out some more of these games against really those titans of CLOL and D1 now?
Yeah, I mean, I'll say our early game is definitely our strongest point. I mean, in our Maryville games, we were like going head to head for the first 20 minutes of the game. Our weakness is kind of in the mid late game and closing out games. I guess that kind of showed in this first game where we had trouble closing it out. But yeah, as long as we can keep working on our mid late, I think we'll be a very strong team going into CLOL also for the rest of this Division 1 split.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about. Obviously, this is kind of a different roster than we even saw coming into the start of 2025. I know Sama is currently back home, or I think he's back in EU for a little bit. So I wanted to ask, like, what's it like playing again, not only with Ricky, but you are in a bit of a different position now because you do have Alonso stepping again back into the lineup and you being promoted to coach as well.
Yeah, I mean the transition's a little bit weird, I won't lie, but right now we're kind of just playing a little bit of everyone, trying to figure out what the best starting roster is. Obviously, giving everyone time, everyone playing with each other, building up that family bond is very important. For me, in the future, I might be taking a little bit of a step back as a player. But for right now, me and Alonso are splitting time. I don't know what the future holds, but St. Clair's definitely cooking for 2026.
So, okay, I want to get in real quick, though. So, all right, you talk about trying to find a decent starting lineup. What the hell is Game 2, man? What was going on there?
I'm not gonna lie, like I lead the drafts now, right? They were talking about Victor and Sivert. I thought that League was going to play Victor bot and Flocon was going to play Sivert mid. But going into the game, I found out they were actually just lane swapping altogether. I'll try to find the value in that. It wasn't against the rules, so we were okay. But it was a little awkward. But I mean, it worked out. Game 2 is cleaner than Game 1, so GG's.
Is there any punishments for the boys for breaking Coach Maddie's rules? What's going on here, man?
I mean, technically they didn't break any rules. I was just kind of unaware of what was happening. So I did already give them a speech about it, but I never know. Maybe I'll have to start giving out push-ups. We'll see.
Listen, I think Ricky would be more than willing to take on a few push-ups. And obviously, I got to spend a lot of time at the school a couple of years ago, and you guys were always a really, really good team, but it does feel like you've kind of evolved and found the next iteration of St. Clair the last 2 years. Do you think that's just the chemistry now that like you, Ricky, Alonso, and Miracle and some of these guys have been together for a while, or is it just you think you've all gotten better individually and it's kind of just worked in that team format together?
I think a little bit is improving individually, but a lot of it is just having a core that's played together for a long time. I mean, I know me, Miracle, and Flocon just played an entire year together. So, like, there's a core to build around. And my goal as a coach is just to keep building on that core and trying to produce a roster that can win CLOL. So.
Dude, there's somebody behind you who's like, they've been jiggle peeking.
Yeah, I kind of told no one to walk behind me. So I think they're waiting outside to come back in.
I was like, at a certain point, just come in. You just walk through. We're doing it anyway. But Maddie, I wanted to ask what your expectation, what should be the fans, and what is the expectation that you're setting in the locker room right now for the boys coming in for Division 1?
For Division 1, I mean, the expectation will never not be to win it all, right? Obviously, Maryville, there goes Ricky.
There we go.
Obviously, Maryville's a strong team in Titans, but we had a really great showing against them in Division 1, right? And we had a good showing versus Winthrop. So I believe if we find the power of friendship, we can actually be a very, very strong team that could win CLOL and could win Division 1.
There you go.
Yeah, and I guess this last thing, Maddie, any socials, any shout-outs, anything quick you want to tell the fans, the people, any trash you want to talk, floor's yours.
I mean, shout out to the fans. Shout out to my family who watches sometimes. Shout out Chris. Shout out Sean. And shout out my girlfriend Lexi, who's always watching the games, always supporting.
Let's go, Lexi. All right, well, we'll see you next week for your series against OSU. Or not OSU. Damn. Wait. No. What? I'm getting owned. Whatever. It's been rescheduled. I see OSU on the schedule. Either way, Maddie, thank you, and congratulations again for your win here up against University of Utah. For everybody at home, we're going to go to a break, and when we're back, we're going to be coming through with Winthrop versus Ohio State University.
Your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division I Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division I Pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division I Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division I Pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division I Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future.
Happy Sunday and welcome back to Division 1 Esports. I am Jobin, joined by Alk yet again, and we had quite an interesting series to kick off the day. It was Canada versus USA, it was Utah versus St. Clair, and after definitely an interesting game one and St. Clair solidifying their advantages in that game two, we get to change scripts now. We're going to see Winthrop taking on the Ohio State University.
The Ohio State, the Buckeyes, hopefully they can put up much more of a fight than we saw from our first series, because this is my team that I have propped up as the fourth best team here in Division 1. A couple of others here on the talent have been going back and forth. Some think that it's Stony Brook, but I think a win here tonight, or at least a good showing versus a top 2 program in the league, would be a lot of momentum for them.
Yeah, I mean, beating a team like a Winthrop, like a Maryville, just the teams that have literally been at the top of the table for CLOL, as long as I can remember, at least going back the last 4 to 5 years, these are always these teams that are in contention, and they are kind of the ultimate benchmark. If you can play competitive or even take a game or two off one of these top teams, it gives you so much confidence going forward in the season.
It's a good place to start, and those upsets actually become really important, not just for your opponents who end up taking the loss and maybe it messes with some of their standings going into playoffs, but like you're mentioning, the momentum boost of being able to take over a series, maybe even take a game, because Maryville are undefeated right now in the season. Or no, they're not. They lost that one game versus Winthrop, but if you can be one of the few teams to take a win versus Maryville here when you are that much clearer the favorites, I think it's possible. And now Winthrop, not the same level of opponents. I think Winthrop, kind of similar to a St. Clair, but a bit stronger, have shown that they are not only fallible, but they are a very aggressive team. So how Ohio State, in particular, how some of these lanes are going to shake out is really, really important.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the key points of interest, especially going against a team that, on paper, even you could look objectively and say, okay, these guys, on paper, they're better than us. They might have more T2 experience, but then you can almost set these sort of trap plays where you bait Winthrop into an over sense of confidence. You make them play maybe a little bit too aggressive, opens up a few more mistakes. And then if you're playing a clean, just a team game where you are supporting each other, then you can really exploit even some of the best teams.
When we've seen Ohio State, their early schedule so far has been very, very calm. I mean, you're playing against Utah in week 1, Boise in week 2. We didn't get a stream of the week 2 games, but I was able to have the privilege of being able to watch and sit in. Thank you to the Boise State staff members, especially Kelsey Moser. That looked like a very dominant series for them. And those are some of the worst teams here in Division 1, so when we look at these programs, OSU have been making strides to being a top level program. They haven't been able to break top 16 and top 8, but I think they're on the cusp, and it kind of does start here, right? Like, we're really far from the start of the 2026 conference year, but this offseason, I think, is going to be very, very pivotal for this program.
Yeah, and I think this is just kind of the first stepping stone. And even though they have had the easier schedule, it can almost be a double-edged sword, right? Where you can only play who's in front of you, who was put on the schedule. So they didn't choose who they were going to pick. They didn't get to pick the two easiest matchups. But that also means they haven't really been tested like we know that they can be by a St. Clair, by a Maryville, by a Winthrop. So I really want to see if, Winthrop does play to that aggression and they come out and they snowball an early game like crazy. Is Ohio State going to be able to find the tools in the bag to at least, bring a game back or keep it competitive when it might be looking grim otherwise?
Winthrop have always kind of played bridesmaid in my mind. It's almost never them being able to find a really big championship victory. They'll find some land wins here or there, but they never feel like they're a championship winning roster despite a lot of the acclaim. And I think the respect that we do need to give for them, because not only do they play here in collegiate, they also play in the NACL, the tier 2 league of NA, and it's kind of a really important schedule. When you're a top-level team, your schedule is going to be packed out, not just Div 1, but also NACE, just recently losing to St. Clair. You're also playing in your own individual conference during the regular season, so these guys have a lot on their plate, and they've been able to play at some of the highest levels here outside of Tier 1. It's just a matter of, you can be good in regular season. I just need to see what this team is going to look like, and especially because they're going to have Rapid in. The new jungler coming on through. He's been on the lineup for a while, but hasn't really been able to finding a starting spot over Wilson. I need to see whether or not he is really going to be able to push this team over the edge.
Yeah, and that just shows how highly we've kind of thought of Winthrop the last few years, where it's like, even like, I would say a top 4, even by their standard, they would be very disappointed. Like, this is a team we are expecting to be either in the championship game against Maryville or maybe losing a game 3 or a game 5 semifinal, depending on the series. So, yeah. And we know these players as well, having played in the NACL, seeing so many NACL prospects jumping up to the LTA, now the LCS again, and finding success. So these are players that know exactly what kind of game they want to play, what kind of performance they need to have, and they're definitely a scary team, especially if they get fully clicking this early in the year.
I want to see what this year looks like for them. 2 lineups that have a lot of seniors on their team. I'm looking over at Winthrop. It is Rapid. He talked to us in last week's post-game interview that it's kind of his last season before he graduates. Also, Sword, a senior at the same time. Over on OSU, we got to talk to Five Fire all the way back in week 1, and he was saying how we have a lot of seniors. Currently, their top laner, 2M2MC, it's his 4th year for Five Fire, or for Sigma Kitten, who's a sub on this lineup, 5th year. Five Fire, 4th year, 5150, also 5th year or 4th year. So we have a lot of people potentially graduating out of the program, and Five Fire himself saying, this year is about accomplishments. It's about, I want to get these guys to land. I want to get these guys to lift some trophies so that their last couple of memories of the team end on a high.
And I think this team actually does have a very similar path to St. Clair, where you have this core that they played for 3 or 4 years. The first couple of years, the expectations are a little bit muted because obviously there's so many big dogs at the top of the table. But then after you've really started to grow and get better as a team over 2 to 3 years, now it's time to win, guys. And I think they're at that stage as well. They've obviously gotten off to a great start, even with the easy schedule. And if they're able to just come out, even like, right, if you can take the first game off Winthrop, you could really shake up everything early in the season. And I mean, technically, if they were to win today, they would still be tied for the number 1 seed. They would be undefeated.
That would be true if they could do it. Their early season schedule was it was kind of a layup. OSU playing the Ohio State having to play against Boise State and also University of Utah. We'll see if they can do it. Our head-to-head for this series is mid lane. Five Fire almost feels like he's an acclaimed mid laner. Every time we talk about this guy, there's a big focus on his control mage play, his artillery mages, and looking at it from Sword's perspective, a player that I think is completely reverted his early career profile, where he was mostly a facilitator, someone who was really good on the Galio but couldn't play too many of the big carries. I feel like Sword, especially here in Div 1, has been trying to break out of that mold and play a little bit more of a really big game carry. He wants to be the guy that's up in front right next to a player like Mobility.
Yeah, even looking through some of the champs that both players have been picking up, we've been seeing the Victor a couple times. The Hui has been getting picked up a little bit more. I think we saw an Orianna game get in the mixer sword. So a lot more of the control mages, a lot more of the scaling, like you said, that once you get a couple of items, you can really go one-shot one of these carries and snowball that lane advantage that you can try to get. And we're already underway with the draft and Winthrop. They will be on the blue side. The Buckeyes will be on the red side. And Jace will be out of here for the first game.
Okay, they don't want to play against it for 2M2MC. Has been playing a lot of the carries. Olaf, Jace, as we mentioned, Kennen. So Denethor has been put on more tanks, but has a few carries in his back pocket that I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing it. And the change from Wilson to Rapid is more of those farm junglers. I know Rapid as a player that has played a lot of Hecarim, a lot of Udyr. We saw Maokai from him last week to really, really great success. So I want to see what Winthrop are going to be opting for on Blue 1.
Yeah, it is actually going to be interesting. We are going to see the Volley and the Camille getting taken away. So more of those top lane picks. I know Volibear has been, I don't want to say slowly and quietly rising into the meta. I feel like he's actually been in a pretty good spot for a while, but I think more players are now just realizing how hard it is to kill this champ on a couple of items and how violating it can feel to play against. And then it is going to be one of those mid lane targets or Fire with the Mel just getting it yeeted off the board.
So no, Mel, I think it's interesting just because, again, Fire has played so well when he can basically force the opponent to stay at a certain distance. He wants to play keep away, keep an extended arm out in front of the opponent, put it on top of their head, and just say, nope, you're just going to stay over there. I'm going to poke you with my Hui. He has a pocket Xerath that we have seen in very, very few games, so hopefully we can get that from him. We're going to start off with a Lucian, so more of that early game aggression, that mid-game power spike coming on through for mobility, and I think giving a player like this some agency in games where he can kind of pick and choose his positioning is a good choice.
I mean, yeah, if you ask mobility, what 80 carry would you like to play in the right spot? I'm pretty sure Lucian would be either at the top of the list or number 2, unless he had some other flavor of the day. So it's a champion. We know mobility, definitely knows how to pilot. One of his favorite picks, should be able to navigate that thing, no problem. And we are going to see Fire. We did see the Talia Hui kind of Victor champ pool getting picked up, and the Talia and the Trundle will be comboed together. So that is a lot of slows for the side of OSU right now.
I like the Trundle. It means that any control mage that Sword is thinking is going to be a little bit more limited. Also, kind of thinking about what Rapid wants to play, it disincentivizes things like a Maokai, which is banned, or even more tanks. So I wonder what the pickup is going to be. Pantheon's also been a champion that we've seen a lot of success from. It's going to be the Jarvan, so really good, easy 2v2 with this mid-jungle. The delivery also of the Orianna Shockwave, but I'm looking at this, and if we can get maybe a little bit more damage, I think a Jhin becomes really important here for OSU. Having that pick potential with the Deadly Flourish from what you have, I think could offer some more.
Yeah, I think the Jhin with the Talia and the Trundle, you could very well just get somebody slowed to basically to turtle speed, and they wouldn't really have any way to get out, especially if the Flourish connects and then setting up the curtains as well later on. So the Jarvan, obviously, it's going to give you just that engage with the Shockwave like we were talking about. And a few more top lane bans coming out of the Buckeye side. We are going to see the Gnar getting taken off the board for Denethor, just one of those top lane picks that fits into so many comps that Denethor is comfortable on, that you just always have to be worried about once they get some golden XP under their belt.
Gnar is so good for him, and you got to be thinking, like, what else are we going to pick here for Denethor? It could be his Cassante. He was so known during 2023 and 2024 for this champion. They're going to ban the Rel instead. I imagine that Winthrop wouldn't mind taking something like an Ornn, getting that range, and even though you're going to be down a little bit in the matchup, the game basically hits 10 and 15 minutes, and Renekton feels very, very useless here in this game. I got to say, OSU, very short-range composition with kind of their effective ranges, and I'm looking at Chelouche, who has been splitting time in the jungle. How much effectiveness can we get from the Trundle Pillar? I feel like this is one of the most broken basic abilities in the game, and you could displace and force a summoner spell out of your opponents.
Yeah, and we are going to see Ruler picking up the Kaisa as well, so a little bit of mobility. Obviously, the killer instinct to possibly reposition out of the Cataclysm, dodge a Shockwave, or even get on mobility if they're able to escape the fight. And they are just going to pair it up with the Braum, keep that Lucian safe, have that that actual front line. Obviously, Jarvan, kind of a fake front line, so to speak. So just get something that can keep the Lucian, to keep the Orianna alive, plays decent enough into the Kaisa, and basically just try to soak all the cooldowns of that Trundle Renekton. And then it is going to be the Jax getting picked up as well. So Jax Renekton, it doesn't get more classic top lane than that.
Feels like a really strong matchup as well. Jax, I think, also punishes so much of this draft, like short-range AD carry, Renekton matchup, Trundle even coming up into that top lane. Jax feels like it gets so much value. I like the Alistar on 5 here. So OSU, I don't want to say they have like a dive composition because they don't have the reach to be able to make things like that happen. This is going to be a place where I think OSU need to play a bit of a weird game around objectives. It's going to be put down Unraveled Earth and then hope you can find a flick. It's really going to be predicated on Fire and Delight this game.
Yeah, then maybe if you can get 2M2MC to set up some sort of flank angle on the Ori, on the Lucian, that could serve you well in some of these extended team fights as well. But I do like the drafts out of both teams. At least they have some sort of identity, certainly things that could be comboed fairly easily together. And I think sometimes just comfort and ease of access and ease of hand use is just the best way to play.
Get a 5-point here. You can go for early invades with Trundle. He does have lethal tempo, so he's expecting for longer engagements. I don't think this is the right choice. Very often, we're probably going to be seeing Trundle get locked up by this Jarvan ultimate and then left by his lonesome. And I don't think you really get time in this game versus a Braum to stack lethal tempo appropriately. We'll see what the effects of it are here in this game. Playing Lucian Braum allows for Winthrop to play very, very aggressive level 1.
Yeah, and I'll be curious to see how aggressive Winthrop does actually try to play. Obviously, coming in at 1-1, they would love to get that record up to 2-1, get back above 500, and mobility has been just, I mean, a staple of the collegiate League of Legends in general, and then obviously some success in Tier 2 as well. And Fire land a couple of cute procs there, a little bit of chip damage onto Sword. Expecting both mid laners to, you know, probably not go psycho on each other too early, but they could look to get a little bit active with the trades.
They both have phase rush. I think it's very likely that you might see some pretty nice burst trades. We're seeing mobility actually start with the piercing light. Not usually the choice that we see. When you have the Ardent Blaze, the movement speed that you get alongside just the double stop process from Light Slinger makes it very easy to get Winter's Bite down. But I think this game gets harder as we go forward. As a Talia, you're going to have to walk into Orianna range. You get outranged there. There's Jarvan in this game. Always have to be worried. So let's see if OSU can open up strong here early on. We are getting early invades from Shalush going in the top side.
Yeah, I do like to see that. Maybe look to set up and maybe see if they can get 2M2MC ahead early in the game if they catch Denethor. Maybe overstaying their welcome, getting a little bit too aggressive when they keep this push later on. So that is going to be something to note earlier. Rapid, going to start on the bot side for now and will clear their way down. And we're going to see a big trade early on. Fire and Sword both trying to proc that phase rush and get that damage through. So both of them trying to get aggressive and force those advantages.
Both programs getting vision early here, and instead of going for the full invade that we saw, you actually just go straight into mid. Fire's got to be careful.
Yeah, I don't even think the flash may be enough, so maybe you can find the solo kill before that, though, and it is going to be first blood over to Winthrop. Sword will be good for that one, and now, just like I talked about, they are going to take a little trip to the top side. Denethor is going to burn the counter-strike. Shalush, I think he might be able to find the kill here, will be able to jump away to safety. Denethor holds on to the flash as well.
Ruler's gonna lose a large chunk of his HP here. That's a Winter's Bite going down. He doesn't have any spells. If mobility was level 3, maybe, you know, you change up a little bit of the spell pattern there. That could have been a kill. At least a summoner spell, but Ruler's just gonna miss out on this entire next wave. And all I'm gonna say here, Jobin, Shalush had pressed the attack instead of lethal tempo. Maybe Denethor has to lose his flash. That's all I'm gonna posit.
I think it's definitely worth noting, but obviously the lethal tempo, you know, it's more fun. It feels a little bit better while you're just whacking away on somebody with the club. So the dopamine you get from it cannot be overstated, but that is ultimately why the runes become interesting, especially in the early game. Both mid laners still trading back. The seismic shove isn't going to connect onto Sword, but Fire still looking to get their lick back after that solo kill.
That's what Sword has been doing. He's been very, very good. Fire can sit back into the wave. This is the problem with this matchup. Orianna B1 has been so strong on this patch. Sword goes forward. That's a solo in the mid lane.
Sword just flashing over and instantly throwing the Q out there, and that's a second solo kill in the mid wave. So despite the fact that Fire did get, I was going to say a little CS lead, was a couple minions ahead, now you've just given 2 kills over to the Orianna, and we know Sword, if they get a lot of gold under their belt, they are going to take over and they will try to carry the game.
I mean, in this game, I think Orianna is probably the most important champion because that is going to make or break Winthrop's ability to control space and deny OSU the ability to walk forward. So the Buckeyes, the star player, this part of the mid matchup that we were looking towards, already going in the favor of the Eagles.
Yeah, and the bot lane still looking to get active. Mobility, obviously, at the slight XP lead, up about 15 CS already, too. So this bot lane matchup going extremely well, despite the fact there has not been a kill there. And Sword is doing a very good job of basically sidestepping every seismic shove.
There's the Trundle. Oh, God, the flash.
Well, yeah, let's see if Delight's the first one to go down. It is going to be Winthrop picking it up for Mobility. And now Shalush in a bit of a rough spot. Mobility is going to dash forward. Just needs maybe 1 or 2 more auto attacks for the kill. And now it's going to be attention on 5 Fire in the mid lane. A flashless Talia. You know how this one goes, folks. Sword's got 3 on him.
That's a plate for the bottom lane alongside a kill. This is the issue that I have with this draft is like Trundle doesn't get to play because there's a Jax and the Braum. Braum by himself makes this impossible. Every time he wants to walk up, Winter's Bite, boom. You get stunned. You don't have the PTA for short burst trades to even open yourself up for a kill. And we got to see Delight goes for a flash, pulverize, doesn't end up landing in a meaningful way versus Winthrop. So now this is 3 kills here for Sword with the help of Rapid on 2 of them. And Mobility even gets the kill and denies a large amount of gold away from the Ohio State. The Buckeyes are in a really tough spot here in this game. And it's not like they can even really scale much further in. Like, Ruler is basically going to be the only way we see a big team fight swing in their favor.
Yeah, and that's the only tough thing is that a 4-5 item Kai'Sa is an absolute demon, but Kai'Sa early game, especially going into Lucian Braum, she is just so limited on what she can actually do. Dominus is going to get popped by 2MC, and Denethor is going to pop the Croc. That is a solo bolo in the top side, and Winthrop, they are just winning everywhere on the Rift.
This is such a good start here for Winthrop, and this is what we expect from this program. It has been excellence after excellence for them. It hasn't been trophies, but I think top-level finishes, if you take it from any other program's perspective, they would be happy to have the same level of accolade that a Winthrop University has. So it's all about being able to win championships. We're very early into the regular season, only week 3, but I know Winthrop are hungry to try to find some dominance, especially after some of the trash talk we've been seeing from across the league. We had that Maryville pop up earlier on socials.
I love when the players are getting, especially early in the semester, I love to see all the players getting active, especially a lot of them know each other so well. They've played hundreds of games against each other, so there's obviously a bit of banter, that bit of familiarity, and then obviously a natural rivalry and maybe a little bit of hatred for certain players depending on how games have gone, and I'm always here for that. It is mid and bot lane pressure for Winthrop. Surprise, surprise. Ruler right now just trying to do the best they can to at least catch a few waves and just stop Winthrop from taking this tower within, 12, 13 minutes.
Yeah, he got the local golden experience, so I mean that's as good as it's going to get, but he's just been completely denied off of these waves. The amount of damage coming in from this Lucian Braum.
Oh, Mobility's going to go forward. I thought Delight was going to just tank the culling and go down. Ultimately, they're going to switch back the tank aggro, and it is going to be Ruler that falls. Unfortunately for Mobility, only 35 does get the kill, but when you consider the state of that bot lane and how starved Ruler already was, I mean, that is just absolutely horrific.
Just look at the waves. Like, if our observers go back, that is 2 waves now hitting this turret here. He's going to get maybe the back end of this, so he'll get about half of this wave to himself, but that's a lot of experience and a lot of material that you're going to be missing here in this game. Rapid even gets to have eyes on Shalush, so they know that this Trundle is on top side, so Denethor is safe. He got a turret place for himself. Everything is going right for Winthrop, and this is the problem that I had with Winthrop, with OSU early. They had a lot of good schedules early, a lot of very easy matches, but this is against Winthrop. This is against an expected top 2 team in Division 1.
I mean, what's the classic quote? Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face. It's easy to play the game when everything's going well. You've got 3 winning lanes. Your jungler's like, this is awesome. The entire map is mine. I can path where I want, do what I want, take what I want. Now you've got Winthrop that is just immediately swinging on you to get the game going. And speaking of Cataclysm, Delight is absolutely locked up. Mobility firing away for the kill. 2 kills onto the Lucian early game, and that'll mean Void Grubs go to Winthrop.
So, for all of our Pick'ems fans, I'm looking at the lines right now. We have Denethor and Sword for Winthrop. For OSU, it is 2M, 2MC, and 5 Fire. Denethor, 13.5 kills. Doesn't seem like we're going to hit that in this game. We'll see how it continues. The most important one for me, Sword at 10.5. very likely going to happen. Already 7-0 total for Winthrop, but 3-0 here on the Orianna. And again, I think the linchpin here for this Game 1 draft, so potentially hope to see more out of this player.
Yeah, and they're already down 4K gold, like only 9:45 into the game. Ruler is going to fire off the W there, but Rapid at only 35. That is no problem at all. All they're doing is buying Mobility a whole lot of space to keep racking up these plates, keep getting this gold, and he's already going to be basing with the full item, the Essence Reaver, I assume, after the next, whatever they clear the next wave, maybe take one more plate.
I think they could just take the whole turret.
True.
Runs, right? And Ruler has not been hitting any of these waves. He just missed out on another 2 waves. Like, I know it might be annoying for folks at home, but this is really big because I talked about the breakdown between gold versus experienced champions. Kaisa is 100% a gold champion. She wants as much gold as possible. She wants to try to get her items so she gets her breakpoints and has those ability evolutions. But when you're just basically choked out of the game, this is not only turret plates, it's 30 CS lead as well for Mobility.
Yeah, we are going to see the Weaver's Wall get invested. The Shuffle is not going to connect onto Sword, though. Shockwave will now get invested. Sword not too happy about the gank situation. Trying to get their lick back, at least in the mid lane. It's going to trade back and forth with Five Fire. Neither one of them has an item yet. He is going to flash. He is going to burn the flash out of Five Fire. I think now it might be time to disengage. No TP on either mid laner. Sword will fall back, but that's going to mean that first turret gold is going over to Rapid and Mobility, and Winthrop a 6K gold lead at 11 minutes.
Exactly what we wanted to see. Five Fire trying to predict that Sword would flash. Doesn't end up happening it. That's why he misses the first seismic shove. And from then on, it is an easily played gank. Sword also then stays, almost finds a solo kill onto Five Fire in a 1v2 scenario. And with Winthrop winning on the opposite side of the map, they get the first turret for Mobility. He's getting closer to 2 items almost at 13 minutes, similar to what we saw in game number 1 between St. Clair and Utah. Well, Thor just gets out.
Just jacks things. Yeah, you just get out of trouble. Only 35 showed up a little bit late. We obviously saw the Dominus get popped at a 2M, which now means Denethor might be able to find the kill. No ultimate on the Renekton and no chance for living. And now it's going to be only 35 and Rapid. The Cataclysm combo will give the kill over to the Braum. And that 6K gold lead I was talking about, looking to be closer to 7 or almost 7K now, and 9-0 in kills. With all the carries having the kills.
Yeah, look at all this gold. Only 35 is going to look. They're going to find Five Fire.
Yeah, Shockwave tanking a few tower shots, no big deal. Ruler is going to go for the killer instinct, possibly look for the engage on the Sword, but yeah, that was more of a for show ultimate than anything. Not enough damage yet, does not have an item finished, and Sword with that front line able to just walk away. The light, yeah, I don't think you're getting out of this one. That was a little bit antsy out of the Alistair, and yeah, you're going to get down, and is Shalush overextending now too?
2MC is here. Still, it is so tough. This Braum champion versus these melees is so deadly. And all this time, Mobility has been hitting the turret. He just got 4 plates top side, 3 plates bottom side, and now he's about to get another kill potentially.
And now they can die. Yeah, now they can just go for the chase. 2MC doesn't have Dominus. The flash was already used a little bit earlier in the fight. Not able to escape the culling, and then Rapid gets the finishing blow. We are going to see a shutdown going over to Ruler, though, taking out Denethor. So, I mean, listen, this Kai'Sa's got to find some way back into the game. A little bit of gold here and there will at least help a little bit. I think they should be okay here.
This is how you trap Winthrop, though. This is how you do it. You just let them chase you all around the map because they're going to want kills. They want to be able to take down their opponents. They want to style on you, especially if they think you are a lot worse than them. So the Eagles finally get a reset in. Let's take a look at their inventory. Completed Navori Flicker Blades coming on through from Mobility. Almost an entirely finished Seraphs now here for Sword. Rapid also making headway. This is all first items here already done for Winthrop. And OSU, they're barely finishing some of these items. Like Ruler could have gotten that kill on the Sword, but he missed his W. They're going to look to maybe even get one more kill. Shalush.
Yeah, Sword is a little bit far away right now. Maybe the Shockwave could potentially be huge. A massive knockout. The Cataclysm's going to go through. Rapid is barely taking any damage. He's going back in with the EQ. The ultimate lands from only 35. And Ohio State, you were the ones trapped in the jungle, not Winthrop. 3 players down in the blink of an eye.
Mobility has gotten so much gold, and everybody else on the side of Winthrop is getting things done. Feels like Winthrop have really just taken apart their opponents. They beat them in the lane. They beat them in the lane rotations. And they're just completely slaughtering the Buckeyes right now. The Scarlet and Gray, it is more like completely Scarlet at this point.
Yeah, well, unless you're talking about the gray screen when they're on the respawn timer, there has been a whole lot of that, especially in the mid lane. I mean, Sword is 6-0-3. In our head-to-head matchup, you know, it was these two mid laners that have been playing similar champs, similar styles, have both been finding success early in Division 1, but Sword really going to show that there are levels to this game and clearly showing that, at least for now, they are a step ahead.
Oh my god, Sword! Dude!
And that is living proof of what Sword thinks of Fire this game. Will give a lot of gold over to, that's 1,000 gold, I believe, to the Kaisa, 940 gold shutdown, something like that. But the only unfortunate part is that Mobility has literally just been walking mid, get kill, get tower, walk bot, get kill, get tower, and let's do it again.
That sounds like a great time, especially as an AD carry. And if you're Winthrop, you're so far ahead that 1,000 gold is a drop in the bucket. That's how you know you're in a good spot here in this game. They haven't even taken the second dragon. They haven't even bothered. Rapid is currently taking all of the camps from Chalush. Denethor is going to take over this bottom side wave. He's going to recall after pushing this one in. And it just feels like, OSU, what options do we have? The draft didn't give us very many. And maybe, just maybe, it has to be Ruler. This is the only player and the only champion that I think has the ability to basically have a huge carry performance. But there's no real setup. There's no Talia that's going to be relevant in this game. Trundle is still not finished the first item. We are 16 minutes into this game. Please tell me, after we finish this scuttle, that we have our Trinity Force.
You would really have to hope so, and obviously the Dragon, I mean, I say Dragon fight. I don't know if Ohio State actually wants to, I don't think they want to contest anything right now, but they are going to back
recall.
off.
Just recall. You can't hear me from across the void, but please. The scuttle is like 150 gold. You have enough gold ambiently to please hit the... Thank you. Just hit the recall button. We're not contesting for Dragon anyway.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's not really a timer for anything. No camps on the top side. The objective is very clearly already gone over to Winthrop, which will beat the Rift Arrow. Mobility going to assist Rapid with the collection of the eye there. And Winthrop, I mean, you can just see the way they are strangling Ohio State. Just look at the vision control. Ohio State can barely even get a ward in their own jungle. Meanwhile, Winthrop just has full access to the entire Rift at this point.
It's so funny. Last game, it felt like we had two programs that had some newer players joining the lineup, but last one was like experience versus new players. This time around, for both of these squads, it's kind of like experience, but in different ways. Ohio State playing together and having been together for a little bit now, but they have been playing on a much different level compared to Winthrop. Take a look.
Yeah, they landed a full combo once and from, but only 35. He actually will go down after. The only thing is the second effort out of Winthrop might be a little bit too overpowered, and Ohio State is sent packing to the mid lane tower. Fire, the only one left standing. Denethor is going to crack him with the counter strike. It's a triple kill for the top laner.
That should just close out this one. I mean, you look at the gold, it's almost 9,000. Mobility gets a few kills and is going to take himself this bottom lane at tier 2. Another mid tier 2 also that's being hit upon by Sword. Dragon doesn't even matter. We still have not taken the second dragon in this game, but you're 22-4. You can kind of play with house money and do whatever you really want for on the Rift.
Oh, it's going to be a 3-item Lucian after Mobility hits the fountain here, and that is going to be so scary. And then you go, okay, if we can find a way to shut down the Lucian, yeah, the Talia is going to be on 2 items soon enough. Obviously, the Denethor has been basically whatever lane Mobility is not pushing, getting kills to take in the tower. Denethor is going to play the cross map and just constantly putting the pressure that the Jax can give you, and that has helped the gold lead build to 11k. And I mean, yeah, we've had this second Drake up forever, but Winthrop, I mean, they don't care.
Why hit the dragon?
Yeah, why?
Hit your turrets and just win the game.
Yeah.
So 22-4. I mean, it's more a formality at this point. Herald, or the Otacon spawns in a minute and a half on the bottom side. Don't think we're going to be caring too much around dragons, but Winthrop, man, very, very dominant. And aside from a single blemish where they took Maryville to 3, they have by and far away looked like the better team and the second best team here in Division 1 Esports in the League of Legends division. So need to be able to see them clean out closely. I wanted to see if OSU really were going to be the 4th best team here in the league, but it is not looking close. If this was the only game I saw from Ohio State, I would not think that this is our 4th best team.
I mean, that just shows you that there can be different levels to the top 3, and then those kind of bubble 4, 5, 6, 5 fire. You've got nowhere to go, my friend. Cataclysm culling and to the gray screen, and now it's going to be a 3-person stun. Shaloosh going to be down to 1 HP. Rapid's going to give chase onto Ruler, trying to escape with the backside of the fight. Winthrop says they have had enough of game 1. It's a double for Mobility, 2 for Sword, and it's Winthrop winning just around 20 minutes.
Wow, right before the 20-minute mark. Otacon hasn't even spawned yet. This is
crazy.
Hilarious.
That's actually
But
crazy.
27-4, 15,000 gold lead. Winthrop Eagles, they're going to dominate game number 1 versus Ohio State, and there is not much left here on the Rift. This is complete, like literally almost everything. The only thing that OSU were able to take in this entire game are 4 kills and a single dragon, and the only dragon of the game.
And it was a Cloud Drake when they were cross-mapping for the, which is the typical trade that we see at like 5-6 minutes. I'm going to go take the grubs. Okay, you go ahead, take the Drake. It's all good. It's the first Cloud Drake. But yeah, Mobility, that is the best ADC game ever, right? You just get to right-click towers and then right-click the enemy's carries, and you're basically two-shotting everybody. And as you said before the draft, who was supposed to deal with the Braum? And then there's just Rapid on the Jarvan flying off the top rope over the top of the Braum and everybody else. It just felt like there was no way they could poke out Winthrop. And when they got engaged on, there was just no way they could play the game with that combo.
I'm looking back at the pick'ems, and I feel bad. I did my boy Sword a little dirty here, because he's at 10.5 kills for the over-under. He hit 9 in this first game. Going to, unless something really goes wrong in the next game, more than likely going to blow past this over-under, and I'd look good for the pick'ems for everybody else who would have voted for him. So a really, really strong performance here from Winthrop.
And I like that Winthrop. Obviously, we saw Sword get a couple of solo kills, so it wasn't all team effort, but they essentially made this, I don't want to even say 5v4. They basically played 5v3 the first 15 minutes. Talia was not allowed to play the game, and Kaisa was being forced to proxy between her own towers, no access to gold, no access to XP half of the time. And then by the time it's ready for a team fight, Kaisa doesn't even have Kraken Slayer. Lucian's sitting on Navori and Essence Reaver already. Like, it's just so unplayable.
This whole game was unplayable. The draft didn't give them very many avenues, so hopefully Ohio State can come back with something a little bit stronger. We're going to go to a short break, and hopefully in that time, we're going to be rehydrated, you're going to have some snacks, and we're going to have game 2 between OSU and WU.
Your matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 Pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 Pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 Pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard.
And welcome back to more Division 1 Esports. Thank you for joining us after the break. I am Jobin, that is Alk yet again. In Game 1, if you went to get some food or maybe cook some dinner, you may have missed it. Winthrop able to just completely shut the door on the Buckeyes. I think it was 20 minutes and 2 seconds was the final time of death. And pick a lane, pick a spot in the jungle. It belonged to the Throps, and they handedly won that Game 1.
27-4, they end the game with 16,000 gold difference between them and their opponents. So rightfully so, what we expect, I think. A lot of these early matchups, I feel like every time we go, yeah, that went exactly how we should have thought it would. Like, maybe this series, I think some of the other talent, we're thinking this could go to 3 games, but I don't think I've seen enough convincing tape from the Ohio State. And for Winthrop, I just have a much higher bar that I hold this team to. And I think they themselves are going to hold themselves to. So it's really, really key for them to take a 2-0 victory here so that they can at least stay within the running and stay competitive running alongside teams like St. Clair and Maryville.
Yeah, you don't want to go into a series, completely stomp somebody in Game 1, and then, maybe play not to your standard, lose Game 2, and then even if you win this series, you look back and you're like, are we less invincible than we thought? Like, we shouldn't be losing games to teams that we perceive to be worse than us. And I'm sure if you asked all 5 players 2-0 today, they all would have in lockstep unison said, yes, we should 2-0. There shouldn't be any problems. And at least so far in Game 1, everything going according to plan.
For everybody at home, we're also going to have a couple of substitutions. We are going to have a jungle and support change or AD carry change for Ohio State. We're going to have Ruler come in, we're going to have Ruler step out, 5150 step in, and we're also going to have Sigma Kitten 49 in the jungle instead of Chalush. I think Chalush did not have a lot of fun in that game, unfortunately, just by way of the draft. I think individually some of the choices. I think it is also a decision to have Trundle versus Jarvan. So not the best game. I think also not a very playable draft there for them in game number 1. So let's see if some new blood, some new players can give Ohio State what they need and make this series hopefully a little bit more competitive.
Yeah, I feel like Game 1 might have just been a case of we all pick champions that we kind of like. They can kind of work together in the right spot, and then by minute 5, you're like, never mind, this was a terrible idea. Winthrop just has every single answer. They've got every answer to every page, every single part of the test there. So maybe the substitutions can give you just that shot in the arm that you need. Maybe you got a certain champ pool that you're trying to play into, or ultimately Game 1 just went so bad that you're like, listen, it can't get worse. Let's make a change and see how it goes.
Coming into the second game, I am looking at our pick'ems right now. 5 kills for Denethor. He needs another 9 to get the over on 13.5. Sword has 10.5, and he's already at 10, so I'm kind of sad I didn't put him on the over for that one. I was thinking about it, but I was like, it's Sword, bro. But I should just know top laners, they don't get to have fun very, very often. So that 2M2MC is at 8.5 kills, and he didn't get anything on the Renekton, so I'm feeling good. Feeling good on my under there.
Yeah, and the top lane, that has kind of just been the case of, listen, you got, and it has been the case for many metas besides the rare carry meta, or when Cassante can basically just come and take over the game before he gets, 7, 8 rounds of nerfs. Is just, listen, stay somewhat solid up there. We might send some help to you up there. We might not. You might be the one that kind of has to have the sucky game and no resources, no real pressure on the map. But if it means like somebody like Sword or Mobility are going to have 3 towers at 10 minutes and Mobility is going to have 3 items at 12 minutes, I think Denethor is like, listen, sometimes it's not my game to carry, and I'm all good with the boys stepping up.
Denethor is almost never the carry for this team, unfortunately. Just the way that this is made, like, mobility has been such a huge part of this team's success. It only makes sense that they continue to give him resources. And Sword really, really gapped mid lane. Like, Firefire is getting solo killed 3 times in that first game. Not too surprising to see. We're going to have Winthrop back on the blue side here. It's going to be kind of interesting that we're seeing our teams go for red. Counterpick is important, and I was stating earlier that if you think you're going up against a higher-rated opposition, you should be willing to try to utilize your counterpicks if you think you have the champion pools for them.
Yeah, I think that is definitely going to be at least a decent strategy, and we did hear about some substitutions. The Master Yi will actually be the first thing getting banned out, and then it is going to be the Mel getting banned away again. So Sword, either Firefire really good at the Mel, and it's a Mel, it can just be very tilting to play against. She just clicks W, has extremely long range with the poke, so definitely a fine champion, I think, to take out.
Camille as well kind of says to me that they want to play something like a Cassante in the top side. They want to get something like not a Gnar, but a Scion. They want to get some kind of tank. The Scion matchup is not as easy as it used to. Thank you to Sundered Sky for being in the game. It's still playable, Trinity Force as well, but there's no Divine Sunder anymore. There's no ability for Camille to 10% max true damage HP and just, okay, cool. Like, I just basically two-shot a tank. Also going to get rid of the Maokai, so it's a pretty heavy focus on the top side of Winthrop's map. What's going to be the first pick? Are we going to still look back towards mid, like the Orianna that we saw in game number 1? We're going to get Rapid of Vi game coming on through, so get some pretty decent lockdown already.
Yeah, just a champ that go to a lane, click R, you could at least hopefully try to burn the flashes of one of these carries, and it just gives you that super, super quick engage, obviously the Q into the R combo, and we are going to see the Aurora getting picked up, so it's a champ that has definitely had a lot of prevalence in the last few metas, so much burst damage once she gets a couple of items, extremely mobile, can hop between worlds, so can be a very, very solid, safe-ish mid lane pick for Firefire here.
It's also just a really good pick for getting around the Aurora, the Vi, and gives them, hopefully, a winning mid matchup, even if it's blind. Aurora has very few bad matchups. Orianna is one of them, and she's already gone. So, hopefully this gives Firefire some more power in the lane, because that was the big weakness for this team coming into game number 1. It's going to be them breaking up the Lovers duo, however, with the Xayah on one side and Rakan for Delight. What is the pick here for Winthrop? They're going to go for single target lockdown, Vi, Nautilus, and make sure that Mobility has enough tools and agency by himself so that they can make these plays and they're not under too much threat.
I mean, yeah, Winthrop, it is just classic front-to-back League of Legends. Lock one of these targets down, have Xayah set up the Feather Storm, pull back with the E. You can do so much damage. The Pantheon, though, this has definitely been one of the stronger, I guess, S-tier picks for quite some time. I don't know if he maybe gotten nerfed recently, but we're still... Okay, that's what I thought. So we're still seeing it a lot in pro play and a lot in collegiate, obviously. Definitely has a lot of power, but it is a champion where if you fall behind early, it's going to feel real bad later on.
Yeah, Pantheon definitely has gotten nerfed. He's dropped in priority. I still think that this champion has a lot of angles. Also lets them play the map a lot wider here. So once Sigma Kitten gets access to the ultimate, he will be able to go and help some of his lanes if he's on one side. Maybe they make a play, and then once they reset, they can go for another one. Thanks to the Grand Starfall, we are seeing more mid-bans come on through. Almost a huge focus here with already Aurora being shown. We're getting Victor, Ari. I feel like you're okay with playing the Aurora into either of those matchups. The Zoe as well is interesting to me. Maybe this hints that Winthrop might know more than we do. They're saying that they think that this Aurora is going topside blind.
Yeah, because they're going to ban the Hui as well. So I think you're right. They are just thinking that this is going to be a top lane Aurora. We're going to keep targeting out the mid lane and see if we can exploit Fire
Okay.
like we did earlier. So it is going to be the Varus as the answer. One of these champions that wants to get ahead early, wants to go for these trades, and can definitely do a lot of damage later on. The Chains of Corruption can be very good for helping slow down the Fire, the Nautilus, and obviously spreading to the team in that degree. And it actually is going to be the Rise getting picked up. So Winthrop said, hey, we want a global ultimate as well.
I mean, Winthrop in general are just so tanky and so resilient here in this game. Rise on 2 items is going to have way too much HP for Aurora to burst out later. I was thinking there could be an angle for an Ornn here, but instead going for the Ambessa. Doesn't have as good matchups into ranged lanes, so against the Aurora is going to feel bad. But a lot of dive for this team to be a setup. They have 3 different buttons that allow them to connect onto the back line. The Cassante lane, it's a neutralizer. He is going to lose more as this game goes on. But I look at this from OSU side. How are we stopping the dive? How are we ever getting meaningful damage onto Winthrop's carries here? Because Aurora can do a lot early, but then Varus doesn't have much space. Even if it's the poke Varus nerfs have been going on for a pretty long time here, so it's a bit more dangerous. And even Pantheon doesn't really want to get into the face of them. So this is a draft that I think OSU need to be winning early. They need to be making plays, and we need to see Sigma Kitten in particular get really involved.
Yeah, we know the Xayah and the Rise later on in the game, 3-4 item spike, they are going to be menaces to deal with. So if this Pantheon and this Aurora, I mean, and the Varus to a lesser degree, if they really can't, I don't want to say get like a couple kills out of lane, but you need to have some level of advantage, some level of push on the map, and you cannot even have it close to the state it was in game 1, where the AD carry is getting starved, the mid laner is permanently dead. They've just got to find, maybe even just pick a lane, put a lot of resources there, and do your best to make sure that at least one of these carries can get ahead instead of just letting the whole map fall apart.
Yeah, I mean, like top side again, neutralizer. We came into today that mid lane was going to be a really big piece. Obviously, our featured head-to-head for tonight. I need 5 Fire. You have a champion that has a lot better of a laning phase. You need to be able to get underneath the Rise. This is something that is going to be a consistent factor. The way that you get around some of these champions is either you try to go over them by having more scaling or you go under them. You try to get in the lane, try to do something. Electrocute has been really, really strong, so I need to see 5 Fire. I need to see this mid-jungle work together, because we've seen a lot of swaps here for Ohio State, but can they actually turn it into wins? Can we actually see them transition an early game victory against a top-level team?
Yeah, and I am going to be curious if the Buckeyes, I mean, obviously, they're drafting, they want to go for picks, they want a team fight, they want to get a lot of kills, get a lot of gold under their belt, they require a lot of resources to be cut online, but Winthrop is obviously going to know that coming in. They've got plenty of ways to disengage or at least stall out this sort of combo that Ohio State could put forward. So I just don't want Ohio State to go so ham in the early game that they end up, forcing things, forcing dives that maybe don't look good, because that is the fastest way to just give Winthrop the game on a silver platter.
And for Ohio State, this is a prove-it series for me. I don't think I've seen too much from them that is really telling me, definitively they're the 4th best team. I have them going up against Stony Brook for that 4th seed, but both of their matchups are not very easy. I think definitely OSU have the much easier matchup compared to Stony Brook, who tomorrow are going to be facing off against Maryville. I don't think I'm going to learn. I think I'm going to, if I get put on tilt proof again this week, I'm probably going to say I didn't learn too much. I feel like they're in the same spot. I still have Ohio State as a better team. But yeah, that's as far as it's going to go. Because Stony Brook, I've talked about it before, but I'm going to call out Grapes, because Grapes has been really hounding me on this. He's like, oh, but they have Ketong. I'm like, yeah, but support doesn't matter. Support in this meta very rarely matters. And there are other problems with Stony Brook that I have that make it a little bit more unfavorable to them.
And listen, and we said earlier, even these problems that may be microscopic to a team, when you play a team of that high of caliber, they are going to put a magnifying glass in the VOD review saying, listen, the ADC likes to greed for an extra wave, the mid laner takes some bad roam timers, and they can easily pick up on these little nuances, and they can make your life very, very miserable on the game. And I think we are getting ready to get underway here. Winthrop It was a 20-minute win in game one. Ohio State, the Buckeyes, trying to see if they can fight their way back into the series. I think it's definitely, at least they have damage in this draft this time. Will it work? Remains to be seen.
They're sending all 5 members down here. Only 35 is going to face check it. He should just put the ward down. Depends on who puts the ward first. It was OSU who could get in there. Are they going to continue to push? They have a level 1 Pantheon. They got a hell of a lot of damage too, so I'm getting some early vision though from the Eagles onto Ohio State's top side, however, so might be just another vertical jungle situation.
Yeah, very organized 5-man platoon there. They are eventually going to split off. We'll send, actually, they are going to send 3 to the top side. Sword should be able to at least get some info here. Let the Ambessa know that, hey, there is a few people on the way. You might want to get out of there after they did award the red buff. So Ohio State just seeing if they can get a little cheeky early on. Not able to find any kills, and now we can commence the laning phase.
Oh, only 35. We got to auto attack one of them. He was really hoping for it. He's like, please, let me walk. Please walk in range. I want to try to get the root. Gets it here onto Delight. Pretty decent damage. Might force out the heal. Now, only 35 has opted for the Ignite level 1 and the Aftershock, so really wants to dominate here in the first few minutes. And this might open up an avenue for them to do so.
And I guess I like that out of Winthrop. If they say, listen, Ohio State is clearly drafting to try to bully us out of the early game, but if we can win some of these early 2v2 trades, we are setting them back so far as the late game comes through. So, Denethor and 2M, 2MC, a little bit of back and forth. Cassante and Bessa, visually it's a fun matchup. It's dashing, they're flying all over, but ultimately it should be able to tank a little bit there, heal up, and survive.
It's a not a fun matchup for Cassante early on. I like the way that we're seeing 2M actually squeeze out some grass procs, but the overwhelming damage that's part of Kit early on also is very problematic. Light takes a huge amount of damage from Winthrop's bottom lane, so the Ignite is going to trade for the heal, and he's probably just going to be chugging some pots. Junglers are going towards the bottom side here. An early ward will spot out Rapid as he starts up his Raptors, but Rapid's already starting off a lot faster on the clear. He's going to finish these Raptors by the time that Pantheon gets there, so doing good on efficiency.
Yeah, I think that's going to be key as well, is just making sure that, hey, the Pantheon is going to look to set up a gank. He's going to look to find a pick on somebody. I've got to do my best to either match him or make sure I'm shading the laners so they don't get caught off guard, especially once level 6 comes around and they can just simply click a button and go for a dive. So 2M, 2MC, a little bit far overextended, is going to get the shield off the E. Denethor, as you said, though, Mbessa definitely going to get the better of this matchup earlier on.
I think he just kills him, by the way. Like, he gets one more, so he doesn't have a spell. He has a Q coming up in 1. TMTMC is going to start popping some pots. Another 5 seconds, and Denethor will have all of his basic abilities back up to him. TMTMC is probably just going to have to catch this wave underneath the turret. We're seeing some action potentially here on the bottom side of the map. Mobility was able to get a recall in.
Oh, here comes Rapid. There is a beautiful hook by only 35. They're going to see a few. The QW. I believe the red buff actually ticks over the last little bit of burn there for the kill. So, hey, you do not mind the buy getting some gold. And now it is a solo in the top side. Denethor doing Ambessa things to 2M, 2MC. So, top lane jungle both getting some gold. And speaking of, that is the beauty of the Pantheon. One click stun and then Aurora to finish off the kill.
Point click. Unable to be avoided here. Rapid, instead of going in more for bottom side camps, trying to find vision, actually going to cancel the recall of 5-Fire.
Uh-oh, 5150. This is not where you want to be. No barrier, no options. That is going to be Mobility picking one up, and now Sigma Kitten, you went a little too deep up the river. Rapid is going to link up there to find a kill as well, and that's going to be 2 kills on the Mbessa now. So despite Ohio State, having the early game damage, it's already looking similar to game 1.
Yeah. We're 4 minutes in, and everybody except 5-Fire has already died. It took a minute and a half, and everybody almost died. Come on.
Yep. 4 out of 5. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. The Scarlet and Gray not doing well here already in game number 2. The lane matchups aren't favorable in some of them, but still, like, it's a good punish coming on through for Winthrop. 5150 ends up staying a little too long, gets trapped in the lane, then still ends up dying, so it's kind of worst of both worlds. And yeah, you killed Sword, but he's still doing fine in this mid lane matchup, still going to be able to scale perfectly in this game. Rapid getting a lot of work done, and Denethor gets He makes good on one solo kill, and then he gets gifted a second one. Like, this is exactly like this is basically like a hand-wrapped gifted early game going over to the Eagles.
Yeah, it does feel like Ohio State, the second things started to unravel, it feels like they immediately just start trying to chase their losses. Like, listen, I'm going to double it and make it back the next time. Unfortunately, that's not how things go, especially against a good team like Winthrop. And as you said, Denethor already on 2 kills and 51-50 against a Vi and an Mbessa clicking ultimate against you. You are never going to feel safe in any team fight. There is always the threat that you are just getting yoinked and getting one shot.
Rapid is here. He's going to finish on his bottom side. You can see that Sigma Kitten is going to be able to answer on the Tri-Brush first. It's tough for them to answer. Mobility literally has double summoner spells.
Oh, and here comes Rapid just off the left side of the screen. A nice pullback onto Sigma Kitten. And then Mobility is going to get the last hit. And I fear Game 2 is maybe looking even more grim than Game 1. It's a triple kill for Mobility.
Well, all the Ohio State fans, look away. You can keep the stream on because you need the viewership. Just look away visually. Close your eyes. Then you get on like some nice lo-fi music in the back of the casting, and just wait for the game to be over because it's 7-1, man. Like 4,000 gold lead already. Maybe a kill on a 5-fire.
Oh, Rapid is going all the way in. Can they get the last bit of damage, though? They cannot.
No!
Oh, Sword's dead, too, but it is at least going to be the execute. So Winthrop definitely having a little bit of fun there in the mid lane. The bot lane has been having a world of fun the entire game. They are going to give a kill to 51-50. Mobility down to 1 HP. So even though Winthrop definitely stunting on them in the early game, this is not exactly, you know, a free game to just go throw yourself in the tower.
Not yet, and that is where Winthrop have fallen prey to. They did this in the Maryville series. We even saw this in last week's series where, yes, it was still kind of a win. Here's them being able to make an extra play thanks to this Grand Starfall, but it lands way too far on Ohio State's side, so they don't get anything from Denethor. Denethor literally just clicks back once, and there's nothing to do with that gank.
Yeah, and I wonder if Rapid can maybe clear top to bot and possibly get first move for the Drake as well. We just see Mobility and only 35 just making their way back out to the lanes. It is just going to be the sole Hex Tech Drake to open up the game as well. And Dragons have not really been a priority for any team today. We went, I think, 13 minutes to the first Cloud Drake last game, and I don't think we saw a second one. So Winthrop right now, it might just be Vi, go click R on somebody, and we're going to keep going for picks.
Look in the mid wave right now, seeing our mid laners. 5-Fire is in a really good spot, getting close to his first item, whether that is a Ludens or a Malignance. And he's going to need to continue to carry that torch, carry that tradition. One of the longest standing members here on Ohio State, kind of feels like the face of the program since we saw his addition. And all of their entries into Collegiate League of Legends. Rome Warp, 2-1 MC. Oh boy.
Yeah, let's see if he can have a Cassante moment. It is going to be the Featherstorm looking for the pullback. 2M2MC doing a very good job to try to stall this one out, but unfortunately, even Cassante, well, you know what? He will get a kill back, so I guess it's not the end of the world for him, and despite all the buttons you may press, that is just too hefty of a dive to survive.
Now, let's take stock of what actually gets traded here, because it is a 1-for-1. Mobility's going to get all of this turret, most of these plates. Rapid is taking all of the bottom side jungle, and then he still has another quadrant for him to take here. So, overall, I would say that Winthrop get healthy and get a lot of great leads for themselves. They get the teleport as well from 2M to MC. Denethor is by himself, but look, Crawl only 35, making the roam on up. Sword is in mid and still has teleport. I think Winthrop still come out massive for this play.
Oh, 5-Fire gotta be a little bit careful in case the root comes through. They are gonna pop the ultimate, but now Rapid should be able to pop the ulti of their own. Sigma Kitten with a beautiful stun to try to shut down this play. A nice hook out of only 35. And now the dredge line and everything in between getting comboed on the 5-Fire. Chains of Corruption plus the knockup. That is a great snappy answer out of Ohio State. Exactly the kind of play they've got to try to make. Unfortunately, it is a long chase in the mid lane, and the Xayah is bloodthirsty, and she's going to pick up another.
That was 3 kills there. They got multiple flashes. Sigma Kitten, 51-50, Delight, all getting rid of that summoner spell. Mobility might even find a second kill here.
Oh.
There's the hook.
Yeah, the barrier gets popped, and so does 51-50. We are going to see a TP into the river, so maybe 5-Fire looking to see if they can give chase to only 35 and find the kill. Blast Cone should
he
be
did
able
land
to
the
get only
Q.
35 back in the pit. Just going to be a walk to safety. See a 5-fire. It is the great chase right now, and now the rest of the crew may be en route. The Grand Starfall will come through, and there's a nice little shutdown for Sigma Kitten.
Yeah, Denethor gets the whole bot lane turret though. That was 3 plates to this Ambessa. OSU are playing catch up in this game. They're always having to follow what Winthrop are doing. It almost feels like they are second to the play every single time. And that's kind of the difference between top level teams and some of those mid tiers, the ones that are in the middle of the pack. It's about agency, it's about proactivity, the ability to start your own plays and make the opponent play to your tempo. Winthrop, they get multiple kills. OSU kind of getting dragged around the map. That's a turret now going over the Denethor. And we have Herald spawning in 4 minutes. Like, it's a long time before that happens, but the item advantage that they're going to have before this fight, and 5-fire making some mechanical misplays, is preventing OSU from opening up bigger leads, I think.
And when you look at the items across the board, Ohio State should be ticking over to that first core for the most part, but the Aurora is really the only damage on the team at the moment. The Varus is still waiting to get an item online. The Pantheon's yet to finish anything. Cassante, basically, I mean, you're usually going to build HP armor, but it's got bullied out of the top lane so hard he had no choice but to just stack the chain vests and obviously the tabbies as well. So Ohio State just got to look for a snap engage angle like this one possibly. Mobility going to be down to 1 HP. The exhaust going to go through as well. The ultimate at a 5-fire, and now the Featherstorm. Mobility is going to be able to escape to safety, and now the rest of the drops have shown up to come help out the team. 5150. Rapid's going to go back in Q's onto the Varus, and then R's onto Delight, it looked like. Not able to find anything. A 20-foot realm warp at a sword, and it looks like the Ignite may tick down 5-fire. Ohio State, they can still give chase to this top side, but Delight is very, very low.
And look at what Mobility gets to do. He gets to use both of his summoner spells, the Featherstorm, and still take some turret plates in the top side. 12 minutes, neither of them falling. What is Denethor doing? We are diving. There's literally a Cassante right underneath him, by the way. So, between 2 turrets, turns out it's a free kill. 15-7 here for the Eagles.
Yeah, and I guess that's the beauty or the horror of the Ambessa, depending on what side you're playing it. And that's why I said this Varus, I wasn't expecting him to get ultimate between both of the towers, but there is realistically not a moment in the game where Ambessa Vi are on the same screen as 5150 and he can feel safe. And that was a prime example right there. 15-7 in kills. Only a 6k gold lead this time, though. Not the, 8 or 9 we saw almost by this point?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm looking at my pick'ems right now, because this game's kind of solved for the time being. We have a dragon in 2.5 minutes. I imagine we're probably going to get a fight before then anyway. But Denethor, 13.5 kills. We are at 8, brother. We got to pick it up. Let's get 6 more. Let's start putting dubs on the board here, okay? I need this parlay to hit. Sword, very clearly, he's currently at 10 right now. He needs 10.5 for the parlay to hit. 2M2MC is at 8 kills, 8.5. You're going to need a lot more. I don't think that's happening in this game. 5-fire at 9.5. He's at 4 in total here in the series.
Oh, and this could be really good out of Ohio State. Rapid's going to get caught out in a very bad spot. A full combo of abilities. The redemption is going to keep Rapid alive, though. And all of a sudden, it's a disaster for Ohio State. They thought they had the money engaged, and now it has flipped on its head. Sigma Kitten mobility is godlike at 14 minutes. And now Denethor trying to take a chunk out of 2M2MC as well, just consistently putting that pressure on, and Winthrop not stopping for a moment.
That was a huge investment there from the Ohio State, just not being able to make that play. They put 4 members in mid lane while Winthrop are playing wide on the map. Denethor pushing in bottom side. A full turret here for Sword on the rise, who's going to get closer to his Seraphs. And we talked about on 2 items, this Rise champion is going to be so tanky. Already 2,000 HP, then you add on top of that a fully stacked Rod of Ages and the Seraph shield. It'll be nigh impossible for OSU to really find a reliable combo that's going to one-shot this guy, if any at all. And 5-fire there, another mechanical misplay. He doesn't have the damage from the rest of his teammates because they're a little bit behind their counterparts, but he also missed out on the ultimate onto Rapid, so doesn't find the kill there. That allows for Winthrop to basically go incredibly positive on that play.
I mean, yeah, like Ohio State, I guess they're playing a burst comp, but they don't have enough damage to really burst anybody. They have double U moves on Pantheon Varus, and the Aurora, while she has gotten some gold under her belt, it's still not so much damage and so many items where you're worried about her just 100 to zeroing the Rise like you said or something. These members, they're way too tanky. They've got a little bit of lifesteal with some of the items. Maybe they can find a pick onto Rapid, though. Delight is going to sniff around. Rapid going for the red buff and getting a whole lot more than he asked for. Is going to get charmed by the ultimate from Delight. Rapid, Delight flashes over the wall, trying to lock him down. The flash chains of corruption out of 5150, and there's the pick Ohio State wanted.
I mean, great, they got the kill. It is going to be Delight who's going to teleport in, but they're losing another turret in mid. They're now going to get a double teleport for this play. A Herald here coming on through.
Oh, they might actually have gotten mobility. The flash cleanse is going to go, or not the flash, rather the ultimate. He does live on 1 HP, and now it's the counter punch from Winthrop. Denethor is ripping the backline to shreds. Only 35, looking for a little bit more. Can't find the kill with the E. Sword getting a little bit too aggressive under the tower. Denethor and him both trading the shots off. 2MC doing his best Cassante impression. He was doing it, but Mbessa ultimately showing that she's got some of that same juice. Only 35's hook will go wide, and the battle will end with Winthrop on top yet again.
Okay, wait, I'm feeling good about my parlay all of a sudden. He got 5 in the last one. He's at 4 here. That's 9. We need 4 more kills. 5 more kills for the over. Come on, Denethor, let's bring it home. I need what? That's 75. That's 150. I need 200 points. I need to beat LeBron on the leaderboards. I cannot stand seeing LeBron James on the Div 1 pick'ems.
And listen, I love, you said before, Denethor and many top laners, obviously, usually you're just stuck hostage on tank duty. Listen, play weak side, we're going to handle the game. When you finally get the chance to carry the game, click R under Varus, under the tower, one-shot him, this is the time when I think we might see Denethor just continue to not even play on a knife's edge, just play right over the line and maybe overextend a bit. You've got so many dashes, so much escapability, and Winthrop's got 2 Drakes on the board already.
That's a huge win. Yeah, Denethor, I feel like if we were in a top carry meta, I would be a lot more excited right now, but partly fearless, partly the way that the game is designed, again, Dragons being such an important piece of the game. We don't usually get to see too many amazing carries, but I think especially with Fearless, he has had access to more of some of these carries. Now, mobility is very strong. He has a Nefori Flicker Blades already.
Yeah, that is still a Cassante, although he is starting to take a little bit of damage, and Sigma Kitten, the Starfall, Grand Starfall not online quite yet, but now the chase is going to be on. Mobility taking a bit of chunk damage there, and 5150 stepped up a little bit too far and pays the ultimate price, and here goes Denethor on the backside of the fight. 2MC is down, it's a triple kill for Rapid, and Denethor cleans up the rest.
That's all 4 members. That's going to be them summoning Herald. We are at 18 minutes. Jobin, they have the possibility of ending this game. They may not have the grubs, but they certainly have the damage with this objective next to them. That's going to be the inhibitor opened up.
So close to a dancing Shelly, too. If they maybe had another wave or 2 pushed in or had a little more pressure, I think we were potentially seeing a dancing Herald, but ultimately, only 35, just going to crash that one into the left tower. Should be able to hook himself away to safety. 5150, you got to be careful here.
There's a lot of HP. Firefire's trying to flank.
Yeah, Firefire ultimately tried to go for an ultimate snap play. Wasn't able to find any kill. Mobility with a huge pullback at the choke point. The Light's going to be down to 1 HP. And Winthrop continuing the assault in the Buckeyes jungle. They have nowhere to go at the moment. 2MC. That is a picture-perfect knock-up on a Rapid. A shutdown for 5150. Now it's going to be Firefire trying to put that damage down, but Denethor's the one dealing it out. That's going to be a kill for the Mbessa. Make it 2 under the tower. Denethor finally taken out by 5150, and it's 2M and then 5150. The last 2 standing, and the Varus has 3 kills in this fight already as well. Oh my goodness, only 35. It's going to be a kill to 2M. Mobility, I think he'll be okay.
He has Flash. He does still have his Navori Flicker Blades. I think this could be a play for him. Okay, well, if he just does that, then sure, we'll give over the shutdown. That'll be them trying to make this play. And finally, OSU gets some breathing room here in this game number 2. A fight that finally goes their way, but I just think it's too late. You are 8,000 gold down at the 19-minute mark, and you already have an open inhibitor.
Yeah, and while I think that fight did go well, I think Winthrop definitely made that a lot easier on Ohio State than they probably needed to. They definitely could have just gone for the siege, backed off, kept playing their pressure game, went back to their respective lanes. But when you've got that much damage and you're this far ahead, the Vi already has the Sterix gauge online for that second burst in a fight. I can understand just wanting to right-click the enemy team like that.
Oh, we've got Otacon on the cards here. Looking at Delight, who does have the Unsealed Spellbook, doesn't go for the Smite, doesn't have access to it. They're looking for Denethor now.
Denethor might actually get 100 to 0. It is able to escape to safety. That Eclipse giving a little bit more lifesteal. A hook onto Fire, only 35, swinging on anyone that crosses the line of scrimmage. Chains of Corruption do connect onto Rapid, though, so that's going to be the Varus ultimate down for the Otacon fight. A little bit of redemption healing for the crew as well, coming from Delight. And Ohio State, I mean, if there's ever a time to try to win a fight, it might be right now. Fire is getting 100 to 0, though. There's the Mbessa, baby. Sigma Kitten, the next one to go down. 2M's going to ult Rapid over the wall. Is going to dodge the Rakan knockup, flash away to safety. 2MC getting pulled back. It's a double knockup, and it is the Throps rolling and rolling. A quadra kill for Denethor.
We could have seen a double pentakill here today, but Mobility ends up stealing it. Denethor, 11, 1, and 4. My over hits! The parlay hits, everybody!
What a
He's
goat,
able to make it
Denethor.
over there. Over 14.5 kills here in the series, in a dominant game number 2. Winthrop will move to 2-1 here in Division 1.
Yeah, it took them all of 65 seconds longer than it did in game 1, but the result looks like it will be picture perfectly the same. Maybe we go for one more round of kills, get the support some love. 6 kills on only 35 this game too. Everybody from Winthrop getting some action in, getting some kills, chasing down, getting some last hit ignites. It just couldn't have been a better 2-0 for Winthrop. Everything just went so well for him.
Everything felt like it kind of worked into place. There were definitely some stumbling blocks, not just the bot lane fight that we saw the Ohio State actually get an advantage in, but just in general, a little too much aggressive play. We're continuing to see that from our top level teams, that they're like, oh, we can go for a little bit more here. We can get another 5% from this play. Then they end up responding, because guess what? They don't have any more buttons. So ends up happening. That's good balance from League of Legends, but still, I think a pretty snowballed victory in both games. Winthrop being very controlled, but giving no quarter over to the Buckeyes.
I mean, yeah, it was just a case of out microed and out macroed. They're getting hands checked in team fights, and then every time Ohio State would, go make a proactive play, let's send 3 players bot, try to get a pick onto Rapid. Then every time we looked, you're just like, Mobility's hitting another tower. Denethor took another tower. Oh, Mobility's hitting the bot wave tower. So you're getting a kill and you're getting some gold onto the Varus or Pantheon, but you've just given the AD carry and the top laner 800 gold by themselves, basically, and they're just basing, finishing an item, and coming back and doing it again. So they were just constantly behind both games, and when you're behind with Varus Pantheon, that game is already going to feel pretty well out of reach.
Yeah, Ohio State are going to move down to 2-1, so a similar record versus as their opponents tonight, Winthrop, but kind of coming back. I don't feel like I saw too much that really made me think that they stand out past the top 4. I again think that was going to be the case, because I wanted to see them have a competitive game, but we saw the solo lanes really break down very early on. Neither jungle substitution really ended up working, and now it's up to Stony Brook. Can you prove me wrong? Can you take an upset versus Maryville?
And that is kind of the thing we're talking about now too, is none of us necessarily expected Ohio State to walk in and beat Winthrop at their own game, but could you at least make one of these games close? Could you get to a 35-minute, a 5v5 team fight for a soul? Because we had team fights, but they were always 8,000 gold apart, and other than that, it was just Winthrop walking to a lane, sieging a tower, and then just diving 3 people that happened to be there, and unfortunately, got taken out.
Yep. We're going to try and get an interview with one of the Winthrop players, and by try, I mean we are. So when we're back from a small break, we'll be hearing from one of the members of the Eagles about their victory here today and their experience in Division 1. You won't want to miss it.
Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 Pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division.
The victorious Only 35, of course, couldn't be less stylish if he tried. We have him here for the show. Only 35, you took a pretty dominant win here today. How has it been kind of bringing in Rapid and kind of incorporating this new variation of Winthrop?
So I guess just speaking on that, how do you guys try to find that balance between, classes, scrims, possibly T2 practice? Because obviously being a full-time student and playing as much league as you guys do, the schedule is going to get hectic. So what are some ways that you kind of just keep that good balance where the mental stays good, the body stays good, and you can just play your best? Base.
I love it. Yeah, yep. I mean, you and Crumbs both. Girlfriends are ruining tier 1 play. So this is a. I wanted to ask because this is more of a relaxed part of the year for you guys. You're not playing. There's no NACL. There's no LoL championship that you guys are grinding for. I know you guys are currently playing in NACE at the same time, but like, is there like a difference in expectation for you guys or the program to be able to perform when the schedule is a little lighter and there's I think less eyes. There's a little bit less stakes for kind of what is the closing part of 2025. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Fair.
Now, do you guys find it harder to kind of either stay locked in or at least knowing that the competition really until May and June when all the lands start happening or at the end of the winter, that's when the big stuff is. Do you guys have a hard time? I don't want to say taking games serious, but just trying to like really lock in and focus on a day-to-day basis where it might be a Tuesday night game, you know you should beat the team, but do you guys have some way that you can just stay locked in and focus on the task at hand? Oh, sorry. Like, do you guys have a hard time like trying to get excited for these like Tuesday night matches that might not mean that much, or do you guys find your own sort of motivation?
Is there someone on the team like if okay, so let's do this. Who is probably the most serious or like the most dedicated on the team versus who is like the person that is probably the who is the person I guess on the other side that Tail slash Artemis is probably gonna get the most upset with? Mm-hmm. You're a support player. It doesn't matter. Look, I like all you need to do is I'm here at 3. Like a jungler says, "Hey, we're playing for grubs. Do you have smite?" You say yes. He's like, "Okay, 6-minute timer. Do you have teleport?" You say yes, sir. It's like, okay, cool. I played my job. um, last last thing I wanted to ask you, only 35. It's been basically a year, a little over a year, at least from Leaguepedia, that you came over to North America. I wanted to ask, like, now that you've had all this time, like, what has it kind of been like reflecting? Are you enjoying campus life? Like, what does only 35's life look like now, and are you happy? Mhm. Nice. Holy damn! Respect. That true American spoken there. Good.
Good to hear becoming well adjusted. And I'll give you the floor the last 30 seconds. Anyone you want to shout out, anyone you want to say thank to, anyone you want to talk smack about, the floor is yours for the last segment here.
Ah. Oh, true. I love Pilscar and Fulls. Those guys are great. Alrighty. Well, thank you, only 35. Again, congratulations on the win. We'll see you in a couple of. We'll see you next week for some more Division One. Jobin, that's the end of our show. We got through a pretty quick day of 4-0 between our two teams. Not much to report on.
We had about 85 minutes of game time between 4 games. So yeah, there wasn't
Yeah.
There wasn't a whole lot, give or take. Yeah, St. Clair obviously walked away with the 2-0 win earlier in the day, and then Winthrop, and we need to petition to get only 35 on the camera and the mic every single opportunity, because that was 4 minutes of just gold rush.
He's just like that. That's the only 35 exclusive right there. Okay, so I always a fun guy to have on the show, and that's gonna wrap up our broadcast for today. If you want to check in again, we're gonna have more games tomorrow. We're gonna have our match of the week, Maryville versus Stony Brook University, and then Boise State up against West Virginia. That is not going to be streamed tomorrow. That's going to be moved to the 30th, so please stay tuned on Division 1 Esports and all of our socials. We'll make sure to hopefully keep you guys in the loop as to where that is going to be streamed. But that's it. Want to thank not only you, Jobin, but everyone that behind the scenes, whether you're a tournament organizer, a ref, or our production team, Ice Fire-Eyed, and oh my god, and Caddy. There we go. Jesus Christ. It's been a long day already for me. But thank you for everybody who's been joining us. Please keep up on all of our socials to make sure that you're staying tuned and locked in for Division 1 Esports. We'll be here tomorrow, same time, same place. Have a good night.
Division 1 Pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split. It's easy to play, adds excitement to every match, and keeps you connected with the action all season long. So lock in your picks, track your progress, and see if you've got what it takes to top the Division 1 Pick'ems leaderboard. Think you know how today's matches will play out? Prove it with Division 1 Pick'ems. Follow along and put your predictions to the test. Each week, you can make your picks for both Valorant and League of Legends, or just stick to your favorite game. Predict the winners of our future matches and choose the players you think will have the biggest impact. Every correct pick earns you points. The more points you score, the higher you climb on that leaderboard. At the top, you'll find prizes waiting for you at the end of the split.